Superman, coming back 3 times harder than before with everybody's favorite volume 3 of the best of Charles Faulkner Jr. Come with it, come get it, sit with it. You may not love it, but you damn sure gonna respect it. Woo!
Black Manosphere's own BGS and more.
Hey, BGS,
how are you? Hi.
BGS,
One more for BGS, okay? One more. BGS is gonna laugh his ass off when he reads this one.
What's that?
Just to be clear, I am the hell
Hey, put it back up again, Charles. You took it down too fast.
If you want the rain, you got to deal with the mud. I am the mud.
Just to be clear, I am the hell
That's Master Educator right there in the nutshell.
I love him. I love Papa Pope.
Jim Morton. Motherfuckers always trying to educate us. What is that?
Oh man!
Tell them, BGS, the motherfuckers always want to stay up here, huh?
That's my grandson. Yeah.
Everybody in the chat has died off of this shit, right?
Like, call me the sound effects, man.
Oh yeah.
Women want rights because they're trained to, and really it's actually a false equivalent because
that's the best.
I didn't even get to answer the question.
We'll go. Who didn't answer yet?
Toya.
Toya, don't maybe put your beautiful head in a headlock. But go ahead, Toya. You know we got you.
I feel like BGS was going where I was headed anyway, which is to say that it's a delusion that we're sold a dream as children because we have angry mothers who think that that's what we should be running after. So it's really based in a delusion that there is even a possibility for us to be equals because that's not how we were designed.
My girl Toya.
That's right, Toya. You tell them. Y'all come from
Hold on for a minute. The host talking. One, Toya, tell your mother I said hello. She's also a fan and a subscriber. Tell her I said hello. And we're gonna go to LJ. Then we're gonna go to the master teacher.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. I think nuance matters, and I think words matter. And so I think there is a difference between equality and wanting to be equal. And I think the first lady, I forgot her name, said it right when she talked about equality in the sense of rights. I think that's very different from wanting to be equal.
You can't skate over that. No, you can't skate over that. If you're gonna define it, if you're gonna define it. Okay, not gloss over it. Okay, what's the difference between the two of them?
So when we're saying we want equality and we want the ability to have equality, that means equal protection, the same opportunities that men have to own property, which women, particularly Black women, we just talk about women in general. I'm not going to even qualify it with race because that's a whole nother conversation that I don't think none of y'all really
we talking about gender right now.
I know, that's why I said I'm gonna keep race out of it because I ain't gonna get to the Black woman thing. That's a whole nother.
We've been dealing with that for like 5 years, but let's keep it a gender. Okay, define it.
No, whole nother conversation that people ain't ready for. But okay, I'm just talking from a gender perspective that it's not new. Equality and wanting the same and equal treatment and the abilities to have the same opportunities for women is no different from the same struggle that Black people want equality from whites, but we don't set. Y'all want to be white. No, we don't. Black people
didn't. Not the same. They're not the same.
Wait a minute. You're not allowing me to finish, sir. Let me just finish, then you can have the whole floor. Okay. All I'm saying is, I just think there's parallels. It is the same. So when Black people fought for civil rights, and we wanted equality, and we wanted the equal protection, and we wanted all of the same opportunities. It is the same exact thing that women wanted during that time. And again, I'm not even going to break down the racial part of it, but just women in general wanted owning property, being able to work outside the home because we could not work outside the home. And again, that's white girl stuff, but that's just women. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying we want to haul trash or, do all this physically exerting stuff. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about equal opportunity. Period. We want equal opportunity. We want to be
You
equal at the
can't have one
boardroom. We don't.
without the other.
Let her talk.
That is it. And I think the first woman hit it. So when we talk about equal, that is equality. We're not saying we want to be. We're coming into these as a person at the same level as a man. I mean, I think that physiologically, because anytime there's a conversation, and I'm gonna wrap this up. Anytime there's a conversation when men have a problem or that's when equal, they start using all types of examples from a physiological perspective. Oh, y'all want to lift this, y'all want to haul that, y'all want to work, y'all want to do all this heavy lifting. We're not saying we want to be.
Calm down. Mute yourself,
in conclusion, we're talking about equals in opportunity, equals in the abilities to have and obtain things and not be shut out. And that was what the conversation about equals or equality is. It's not to stay there and be the same. And we want to stand up and pee and all this other crap that guys talk about.
So in other words, I'm gonna let BGS go. Then I'm gonna go at the BGS.
Okay.
In other words, basically, equality means the same. Equality means just that. Equality means that you don't just pick the good side of equality. You also get the burden of equality too. And that's the problem.
And then what? What's an example of a burden?
In other words,
hold on, you gotta give him. You gotta let him talk.
Well, she can interrupt. She can interrupt. Because I don't mind. I don't mind.
I just want to understand what's a burden.
Okay. Look. In other words, what you just did to me is when I tried to get clarification, you said, "Let me finish." Right. Right. Remember that. Because all I wanted was clarification. In other words, what you're doing to me is the very reason that I did it to you is the same reason you're doing it to me. I just wanted that clear from now on, because when I interjected for clarification, you said, "Let me finish." Right?
Okay, I didn't hear clarification, but touche. All right, you got it.
I was asking for clarification.
Okay.
Okay. But anyway, I'm gonna clarify that. Okay. Equality for a man, the way man sees it. Okay, you have every right to get whatever outcome you can earn. Okay, so that means if there's a man that can be CEO, there's got to be a man that hauls the trash, or builds the building, or picks up the fence, or whatever it does. Right? In other words, where a man sees it, it's equality down the line. You get what you can earn. You get whatever outcomes that you can actually develop. So if you're on the police force, that means there's only one standard. Okay, there's one standard. If you meet it, you meet it. If you don't, you don't. That's equality to a man. It's not I have an opportunity. Everybody has an opportunity, but they also have the burden of performance. And that's the problem that men have with so-called equality. What women want is equity. There's a difference. Okay, equity means I get an outcome. And I can be different, but I get an outcome. And those two things those two things are not the same thing. Yes, it is. You got to read your own literature. In fact, the feminists said that. If you read your own literature, in fact, that was the question about women getting drafted into the service in the first place. Black men did not get the vote just because they were black men, just because they were citizens. Black men got the vote because they went into the armed services. Same thing with white men. They actually fought and died for their right to vote, because white men didn't have the vote in the beginning of this country. But when they fought the Revolutionary War and they kicked out the English and they fought and died and bled, then if you want to fight, die, and bleed, then that's why you get the vote. That's the whole reason about this. If you go back and you actually go back and look at history, okay, about the vote. about the modern freedoms, because this stuff that we talk about, voting and freedom, all that kind of stuff, it's only 200 years old. It's not that old. Okay, we think it's like thousands of years old. It's not. Okay, the reason that you got the vote, that you have the opportunity to have individual freedoms that you have, is because of what they call amateur weapons, right? In other words, with amateur weapons, then you couldn't have a small skilled army that could actually go in and actually devastate people, right? Okay, you have this big massive army that could actually go on and run through a whole continent. Okay, to actually repel that, you had to do what? You had to weaponize the peasants, and they have to go out and fight, die, and bleed for you. But if they're gonna fight, die, and bleed for you, guess what they get? They're gonna have to have a say in the government. That's where the vote comes from. Okay, women did not fight, die, and bleed for their vote. Okay, they were given the vote by proxy. Okay, they didn't earn it the same way men did. And this is white men going all the way back to Europe. Okay, this is not something that's up for debate. Okay, men earn their equality and they earn their say in the society by fighting, dying, and bleeding.
That's not fair.
Same thing with black men and civil rights.
Why is it not fair?
Women could not fight. It's not that we didn't want to fight.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because
that's not equality. That's not equality. That's not equality.
It matters. It matters.
Yes, it does. It's not equality.
What's your name again? What's your name again?
My name is BGS. Very simple.
Okay. BGS. I didn't want to be so formal and call you sir because it comes off a certain way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't get called sir enough.
Okay. I didn't know your name. Okay. All I'm saying is it matters because the implication otherwise is that women didn't want to fight, or that we wanted to sit on the sidelines, or that we wanted to stay out of the fray, which is not true.
It is true.
That is absolutely not factual.
It is true.
Women, that is absolutely not a truth. That's like saying black men.
Honey, y'all are not gonna pick up no arms and go fight no fucking battles. Be true. Be true.
Hold on, one at a time. Hold up.
LJ, you're gonna have to calm down, okay? Remember in the mid '70s with the ERA, why did it fail?
Women pick up arms today.
No. Why did LJ? Calm down. Why? That's what we said. That's why he said. That's why I said historically correct versus politically correct, right? What is historically correct? Why did the ERA fail in 1976? It's a historical fact. Why did it fail?
Why did what fail again?
Why did the Equal Rights Amendment in 1976, Professor, why did it fail?
You mean recently?
In 1976, ERA, why did it fail? There was a constitutional.
I'm not well versed in that.
Well, I am. Okay, it failed because Phyllis Schlafly did not want the what do you call it? Selective service, the right to put women up for a draft. Okay, men had to get drafted. There's a whole lot of men didn't want to go to war and get drafted,
but we had to.
But you had to. But that was it's like saying black men what?
We're not even doing race yet because we go by your words. Let me finish this up.
We're not. No.
Okay.
No.
Well, hold on.
Argue the point, LJ. Argue the point. Argue the point. Argue the point.
Len, calm down. I'm speaking. You got to respect the host, Len. Even BGS. Hold on. I'm just saying to everybody. Everybody's got to respect the host. Okay. Women and men typically go to roles that is very natural towards them. Okay? 88% of law enforcement and military are men. 98% of construction or building of houses and buildings are men.
Tech. 90%.
Tech is 90%. You could get it from anywhere. You could get it from Better Business. You could get it from CDC. You could get it from even the labor department.
They actually did a study. They did a study in Norway, right, where they believe in equality, right? They tried it. Okay, they tried it for like 20 years, and they raise raise the children exactly the same, with the same criteria, the same instruction, same opportunities, and everything. And when they got to college, right, where they could choose what career they wanted to go into, guess what the men and women chose? Guess what they gravitated to?
I'm not sure.
And they gravitate to their traditional roles. Women choose the more caring roles, the same roles they've always chosen, and the men did the same.
But that is a function of culture. It's
That's not
society.
culture.
No,
In other words,
culture.
in other words, Lynn,
In other words, she's a nurturer over nature. Okay, which
I'm
I read too many
Lynn.
books.
I'm gonna ask you, Lynn. Lynn, I'm gonna ask you. You're an intelligent woman, bar none, right? So what you know what testosterone is, right?
Yes.
What is testosterone?
The male growth hormone.
It's not just a male growth hormone. Do women have testosterone?
Yes. Men,
so that's not.
Men have estrogen. Yes.
So in other words, it's neither male nor female. It's a hormone, correct?
If you want to look at it that way, yeah.
It's just that men produce it 100 times in abundance, right?
I don't know the number, but
they produce it. They produce it in greater numbers. So
like 20 times
20 to 30 times more.
Yeah.
So testosterone makes men what?
I am not a doctor, so I don't know.
So if you don't know, I'll tell you. And I like Lynn. We do this. This is how we met. But testosterone produces more muscle, burns fat. It makes men more aggressive, more daring. It makes men think with more clarity, logic.
It makes them more sexually aggressive.
More sexually aggressive.
I've never heard about the clarity.
Because you don't research it. That's why you never heard about it.
In other words, I'm going to tell you how I know. Because when I went to go get checked, that's why when last time BGS had a shatter point, we spent 45 minutes and I was answering all the guys' health issues. And they were so impressed and so happy with the answers I gave them. The men damn near demanded me to make a health and fitness channel, including with this channel. So when I went in for the test, despite the fact that I carry a good amount of muscle, they said you're below the low standard for healthy men for testosterone. So they have me on TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. So I've noticed that, I'm still strong, but why am I getting more lethargic? Or I'm smart, but why am I not thinking with the sharp clarity? And they were like, oh, so this is happening. So just like with estrogen make women what they are. More caring, more attentive to children and men's needs and women's needs. So in other words, your hormones are going to make you, just like if I give a woman a shot of testosterone, they tested it. She became more sexually aggressive. She became more daring. And she wasn't given levels to a man. She was just given a shot. Okay? So in other words, your hormones plus the fact that your environment, the fact that I can maneuver through it easier than a woman.
And then the way the brain is wired, parallel versus cross-wired like women's brains are. There's a whole physiology behind it.
And by the way, I know this is not one of my best videos ever. Myself, and shout out to my chief engineer, Chaos Rain. We actually played, and I went through 10 papers, just like we talked about earlier before the show. I went through 10 papers. The rule of thumb is go through 10 papers. By the time you get to the 5th one, they should say the same shit, or at least relatively the same shit.
Yeah, they should repeat each other. Yeah.
So we went through them. Women and men are physiologically and mentally different, because women are going to be more. Why do you think we have more of a single mother epidemic than single father? Because women are more susceptible to the environment. You change the environment. Women do not change the environment. They nest in it. That's why men think in legacy, women think in nest. If I hold on, you got to get back into the
into the bar zone. You got to get back
into the
clear of the
bar.
trees.
And I know you, but this is the reason why. It doesn't mean women are lesser. Yeah, you're perfect now. But this is the reason why when I came up with those things.
See, so you had me. I was following all of this testosterone hormone talk, right? I was following that. I wasn't even going to dispute it because I don't have the facts to challenge you. Because if I had my facts, I don't challenge
LJ, this is the whole problem,
right, so
LJ. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let her speak. Let her speak. Let her speak, Mel. Then you're next.
Let me go.
Yeah. No, I was following you, but then you took that scientific, those facts, and then try to apply it in a way
to what?
That you try to apply it and say, okay, all right, we know all of this about testosterone and estrogen. Now let's apply this knowledge to somehow explain and make a causal effect about single momhood. That's where things go way left. That's what.
No,
LJ, you have to hear the whole explanation. Don't listen to respond. Listen to understand first. Why did he say there was a single mom crisis for females? Why did he say that? Repeat it back to him. Repeat it back. No, repeat it back to him. What did he say?
I'm going to tell you. My point is, it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
Repeat it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain to you why I interjected. I'm going to explain to you why I interjected.
No. Repeat back what he said so we know that you got what he said.
He said why he didn't make a statement. He had a question.
Yes, he did. No, he did.
I made it
He
clear.
did make a statement. Repeat what you said, Charles. Now, hold on.
LJ,
repeat what you said, Charles. Repeat what you said, Charles.
Repeat back to what I said. There's a reason why they targeted single mothers over single fathers, because men think in legacy versus women think in nest. Men challenge the environment, meaning the reason why you got civil rights is because you had, number one, the baby boomers, which was the largest influx of men being born ever in this country. And they didn't like the way they were cast in this planet or in this country specifically, so they changed the environment. So when they looked at it and said we can't afford another big change like this, they started targeting single mothers because men make their children, both boys and girls, daring. Meaning, mama, tip, this is not my words. This is what the professors in academia say.
Yeah.
When you have fathers have a thing where they expect the best out of their children, where mothers typically nurture.
Men teach kids to challenge. Women do not. Women teach their kids to accept.
Exactly.
That is such a big generalized statement. Like what?
It is generalized. Why do you think it's generalized after hundreds of generations? Why do you think it's generalized?
I mean, I think this was.
Why do you think it's generalized? No, don't get to another question.
No, I don't.
Why do you think it's generalized?
The answer is I think you're generalizing and wrong. That's the answer.
Why do you think? Why do you think? No.
Generalized statements.
Why do you think things? Why do you? They have thousands of studies. It's not something you can actually look them up.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna say the root word of generalize, which is general, and we're not talking about military rank. Affecting or concerning all or most people, places, or things widespread. Considering or including the main features or elements of something, disregarding exceptions overall.
But if we start challenging, start naming sources and studies, then means that you have the same burden. That's fair.
So in other words, if we could go back
that is fair. That's fair.
Okay. So if you want us to pull up 1,000 studies, that means when you say something that we want to challenge, that means you got to pull them up too.
So in other words, tell me. So let me ask you this question.
Yes, yes, you are.
LJ, let me ask you this question.
That's the whole
let me ask you this question, LJ. Are men more aggressive than women typically?
I think that research will back that up. Yes, we can find that.
So did you find that research paper already, or can you just walk outside and see it? Which is,
I've read studies that talk about
can
that.
you walk
quote the study.
outside and
We'll
see
quote
it?
the studies. What did the studies say? What did studies say?
About
Because
men being generally more aggressive than women because of their
why?
testosterone and all
Testosterone.
that.
Oh, did we talk about that earlier?
Okay, but I said that you had me when you were talking about that. I don't
at the
disagree with
same
none of
time.
that.
Why did they test female Olympic athletes for testosterone?
Because physiologically, men are stronger, and even if you're a transgender male or you have high levels of testosterone, you're gonna outbest women every time. I don't care if you put a pink wig on and run and call yourself a girl. You're gonna physiologically beat them.
What else?
Males
What else does testosterone do to anybody's body? It does a whole bunch of things. It makes them what?
It
More
makes
what?
them stronger. It makes them stronger.
Also
period.
what? Also what? And that's not period. There's more stuff that it actually does. What? Also
no,
what?
No, but if you're talking about from the Olympics perspective and why in that framework they're interested in making sure that men or women or transgenders or whatever don't have elevated levels, it's because of the physiological difference between the sexes that I think all of us can agree with. What I'm saying that when Charles or you are speaking and then making causal relationships. Okay, testosterone makes you this, therefore it explains that. No, that you can't just make these links like that.
There's a very good book called The Alchemy of Love and Lust, written by Teresa Crenshaw in 1995. She goes through all of that, and basically, when a woman, even a woman, okay, say if a woman has low sex drive, guess what a doctor will actually do? He'll give them a low dose of testosterone because it will actually do what to her body? Actually bring up her sex drive. Any woman that's ever had, you can actually do it for yourself. If you want to experiment, go to your doctor and say, give me a low dose of testosterone and see what it does to you. Okay. Charles can tell you what it did to him when he had his replacement. What did it do to you, Charles, for while it was in effect?
Man,
what did it do to your sex drive?
I was horny as hell.
He was a Super Saiyan over 9,000.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna tell you, and here's another thing. Number one, when you look at transgender athletes, right? This is another reason why I'm against transgender athletes competing against women. Because even if you give men or transgender men to like estrogen, guess what estrogen does to men? It solidifies their bone density. So if they're in combat sports, they're going to keep the same bone density as they do before. So basically, they're going to keep all the advantages of what they had as a man anyway with estrogen. So when we look at certain levels of men thinking and being a certain way, is like this. Just to answer your question, even though now they opened up combat units to women, guess what you don't see? You don't see any women joining them. They might want to go to Ranger School, but guess what happened during the studies and that same broadcast I produced? They found out that they fudged the scores. Because in Ranger School, you're known to lose about 30 pounds, maybe 40. And guess what? 145-pound female, 160-pound female cannot afford to lose that type of body weight and muscle carrying a 100-pound sack for 90 days.
And it's also, she can't afford to lose all that fat because the fat feeds her neurological system. And she's going to, it's going to alter not only her hormones, it's going to alter her cycle, it's going to alter the way she thinks, because women need a certain amount of fat for a neurological system.
And then on top of that, that same Marine captain who they interviewed said women should stay the hell out. This is a white woman who's a Marine decorated captain, said women should stay the hell out of combat units. Not a black woman, this is a white woman. She said when she looked at the men do their things, it was like looking at Captain America. It would look like a superhuman to her. And then on top of that, she said that she became sterile. I don't know, permanently or temporarily, but she became sterile. So she had to actually gain back her fat and her weight.
Fat, yeah. I mean, there's a very good reason for that, evolutionary, right? Because we can't feed a woman. You can't feed children if they're in what is it in a famine, right? So if you're traveling from place to place looking for food, okay, a woman losing fat will actually signal her body it's not time to get pregnant, not time to have a kid because there's no food to feed that kid, right? So when you get to a place this is why women have to nest in an environment, right? In other words, she can't reproduce unless there's food to actually take care of the child. So when you find a place that you can settle down and she can get fed and she can get her fat back, that's when all those systems will come back online, because it's they've done run tons of studies about female athletes, high profile female athletes that are training that their cycles are so irregular that they might have a cycle maybe once every 6 months. Okay, they can't get pregnant. So that's how come they say a lot of high profile athletes have to slow down or actually retire temporarily. See this with track athletes; they can't have a baby until they actually take off for a season.
Look at the chick who did the 200, the black chick. I forget her name. She had to stop track.
There's an example I can give on that one actually.
And then on top of that, not FloJo, but
what's
it was
the skinny chick?
I got her name also too. Yeah,
the skinny cute chick with the light brown eyes. I forget her name. But here's another factoid. Look at women.
No.
Believe it or not, if I really wanted to, I could have had multiple degrees and multiple
Alison
disciplines.
Felix.
Alex and Felix, that's our favorite.
Yeah.
So I could have had
FloJo had to do it
degrees.
too.
I could get actually, if I really wanted to and buckle down, I could get multiple degrees and multiple disciplines. That's how my school, when I was in, by the time I went to the 8th grade, I was learning shit that they learned in the 12th and in the first year of college. That's how important education was to my parents. So let's look at women when they're menopausal. What happens? Their estrogen levels drop, even with their testosterone.
And their progesterone drops too. What's the first thing that actually drops?
So guess what?
That's why it's hard for them to have a kid.
That's why they can't have children anymore. And then two, notice how 40-ish or 40-something-year-old females are more sexually available.
Yeah.
And then they're more notice they don't get as emotional. They're more reasonable.
Yeah.
Because testosterone does work with your logic and reason, your focus when it comes to thought and clarity. That's why when you have older men, they kind of, I can't think, it's kind of confusing when they get testosterone to click it back.
You get a brain fog as a man when you lose testosterone. Yeah.
But go ahead, Mel, because you didn't speak.
Yeah, not only that, if you realize, look at some of the AG lesbian females and the transgender boys, girls trying to be boys. And they dumped up on so much testosterone, it changes their physical appearance also too. They look more masculine, trying to get more hairy under their chin. And just like they said, it has a more apt effect, more from my point of view, more of a negative side on their womanly parts also too.
They don't have receptors. They don't have the same receptors for testosterone that men have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But those I wanted to bring up, and she left. I hope she come back.
She said she texted me. She said she had to go. I
know she did.
The ordinary Superman stuff, that's not, necessarily required from the white officers. I don't get that. Like when I joined the police department, I had 2 college degrees already. 2 college degrees already upon joining. So it's like I didn't get on the job and just start doing my academic career. It was already there. But you know what I'm saying? The thing is that because they felt like if you don't do this, certain type of way, then you're just not good enough. It's totally ignored for like some type of reason. And they want to push, and some of them want to push the white officers a little bit further because they feel it makes a pathway for themselves. So it's like if you cater to what the white officers want, or you cater to cater to them more, you're more liked.
And you know what? You're not lying because I tell you
more accepted.
You're not lying. You're not lying because I tell you my I put it this way. I was a sergeant officer, and the white boys who worked under me, they told me, "Oh, I don't have to respect you." I had the education. And my thing is, if they wanted a damn job, they could have applied for it. They didn't apply for it. So What it was, they were used to staying on the same post. I got in there, I got things done. My thing is, okay, I was going to leave everything the way it was. But when I decided to change things around because you decide you're going to correct me on the radio because I'm not saying it the way you want me to say it, and I'm qualified for the job, guess what? Your ass going to go walk.
Exactly. See, they didn't respect your education.
Yeah,
your education was not respected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they felt like, because you gotta understand, some of them, when they get under the job, even though they were working under you, they knew somebody that might have been on a higher level, you know, already. So they already felt like their pathway was already clear. They're there for a time being.
And you know why they didn't want to take the job? Because it required weekends. They wanted their regular 9 to 5. I'm a night shift person. I like working overnight because when the world is asleep, you know, it's more calm for me.
Right.
Now hold on. Now Tabitha.
Yeah.
Tabitha, we're joined by another peace officer, Mr. Faulkner, right here. But I wanted to ask you this just so there's some clarity. And I have to keep it in the allegedly standpoint because of, legal.
Let's keep it allegedly.
Your situation with the NYPD, right?
Yes.
You feel that they're there for the citizens, right?
Well, some of the officers are there for the citizens.
But
okay,
they're supposed to be
for the citizens. Absolutely.
But you feel, or your experience, that they practice racism and they mistreat the black citizens with no regard for reprisal, no fear of reprisal. Just they didn't give a shit. They just did mistreat the black citizens like they ain't shit.
And the black officers.
That is exactly what I believe. I believe that not only the black, like he just said, the black officers that they work with, and the black citizens are treated more unfairly and treated with more aggression. You know, it's actually praised. If you're in the black community and you're being very aggressive, they like that. You know, you bringing in more arrests, and they try to tell you got to make an arrest like every month. Could you imagine that? You're telling the officers that they have to make an arrest every month. It's not making an arrest when you see the crime. It's like you got to make an arrest every month.
They want the police active in the black community. Yeah. They want them active. They want shit happening there, right? They don't want they don't want you just patrolling. They want you out there actively, finding people, dragging people out of corners, humping people.
To me, that seemed like more likely you're going to see a lot of corruption. You're going to see a lot of fudging of the numbers. You're going to see a lot of abuse when you approach it that way.
Right. That's exactly what I believe. And also, I want to bring to your attention about putting the police in our schools and the children's schools of community of color.
Terrible.
When I first joined the police department, that was one of the issues that I said when I was sitting in one of the meetings. As I believe I was recruited at the time, and I was saying, what are you doing to educate the children on how to act in the presence of a uniformed personnel? Because you're putting them in the schools, and some of the kids may not know that they're not supposed to act a certain way with the personnel, as far as like you got to listen to certain laws, or it would be considered to be disorderly, or I remember somebody got arrested for writing on a desk. They called it graffiti, which I was really, really shocked. So I was really concerned about putting the police in the schools of children, of color, as specifically, because you don't want the children to start getting records, criminal records at a young age.
Who's coming up with these cockamamie ideas, man? Who's voting on this shit?
So y'all don't think it should be police in the school? Democrats in the high school?
Like that. No.
It got to be the city council or something.
We're gonna introduce Officer Faulkner, I think he's a active officer right now. Go ahead. Can you hear me, Charles?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can barely your mic. Did you cut your mic up a little bit?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Did you want to speak on these topics? Or go ahead.
On the topics, well,
whatever you wanted. You came up. I came up for a reason. Go right ahead, brother.
One, I never had the issue of making an arrest. I could go 3 months without making an arrest. And I went, and this is what, 14 years. New York is a weird, weird animal. They started a lot of that shit with the stop and frisk and a lot of the shit. They tried to bring it down to Baltimore, didn't work so well. Been here for the riots, been here for the everything. Should they have police at schools? Sure. I don't see a problem with it. But it's
I
also...
got a question for Officer Faulkner.
Let me finish my statement, please. Now, should they also have dialogue with the students? Yeah. Now, a lot of things that happened in the past few years alone, where I've told people that people actually go to my channel, where the major issues you have is an adversarial relationship between the police and the citizens. You have a culture shock. I listened to Brandon Tatum. I had a quote. I had actually, and Nino knows, I've actually had a live stream speaking on Brandon Tatum and some of his latest rhetoric. When he said, in order to stop police brutality, you need to comply. I said, hell no, because guess what? There's plenty of people who got assaulted when complied. The biggest way you stop police brutality is to become the police. Even with the Gray Faulkner Initiative, which we had out for 3 years, and Negroes, for some odd reason, became phobic. And I understand why. On a fundamental scale, a lot of people do not want to see young black men in positions of power. Be it white men, be it white women, be it black women. Hell, even some black men. Because once you have that authority and that power, they're scared, oh, you're going to be just as bad as the white cops. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard. What you're telling me is that you like the way things are now and you really don't want change. So we're going to let some other guys, like, for example, in Baltimore, you're going to try to say a kid who smoked weed in 9th grade should be eliminated when his investigation comes to be a cop if he only smoked weed once and never picked it up again, or had some little incident when he was a kid. But you'll go to West Bumfuck, Virginia, racist ass Boston, racist ass Pittsburgh, Puerto Rico, with all expenses paid to go recruit people who don't know anything about a city like Baltimore that's 70% black. You always want to You always want to look at the numbers. Why do we have 48% white police and 43% black? But that's the reason why you have it. But the more and more you keep saying we want police reform, and then when you actually ask people about police reform, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Should the police get more funding? Yes.
Yeah.
Should you also give more training? Yes. Should the citizens also go through something to understand what the police go through? Yes. See, when you're not being transparent, people always like, I don't know. People come up with these weird things in the back of their head, which starts to bring up speculation instead of factual information. Okay, I didn't know y'all had to go through this. Yeah. You see, we put you through some initials training and say, hey, this is the call. Let's see how you handle it.
Right.
Once you go through that and you go through that situation.
I wanted to.
And I've seen
hey,
a video.
Hold on, y'all. I had my question real quick. I just want to ask him. He's a black police officer. I want to ask him real quick. Do you have, when you have a suspect or somebody I don't know the procedure. When you're like engaging with a person that's black, are you harder on them or are you softer? Or what's your stance on it?
I treat you. I have no respect of persons of color or religion or creed.
Okay, cool. That's a good answer. Okay, bet.
All right, now I've seen.
Hold up, Zeb. Hold up, Zeb.
Can I say one thing? I want to ask him about the children and the kids and the police in schools, and I also want to ask you about: do you think that having more ride-alongs or having like more, like pretty much informing the public what the police got to go through would make an impact?
As a matter of fact, Platinum, give me a wrench so I can put the Gray Faulkner Initiative in the chat.
All right, I got you.
Number one, Should we have police in schools? Yes, because I'm sorry, it's not Mayberry. If you live in a metropolitan city, with all the violence that comes out of metropolitan cities, unfortunately, you're going to need police. Unfortunately, guess what?
But Pete, that look like
at the same time, you can't complain about the police who gets there if you're not applying. Okay? You can't complain about the jobs that police are doing if you're not doing them. And we're not grooming people to do these jobs. You can't complain about saying, well, these kids aren't safe. Okay, we brought the officers you asked for. Now, why should you have police in schools? Because number one, those are going to be the first people in law enforcement full uniform that they'll engage. Yes, the police should know them by name. They should be able to talk to Officer Faulkner. Hell, I'm in the high schools pre-COVID, of course. I've been coaching wrestling for 20 goddamn years. Think about it. I'm 39.
You don't think that normalizes?
Hold on. Now, yeah, Tabitha, go ahead. Because I want to ask
one thing. Okay, one thing that Officer Faulkner, right?
Yes.
He mentioned about the weed. Like some of the black applicants were denied because they might have smoked weed once upon a time or somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's one of the things I was just saying, that the history of the police department that they had that denied people, black people from getting those jobs. And now we see that they want to legalize weed all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, and you know what that is. That's because they want the black people to be the customers, because they don't plan on you making no money. You're supposed to be the customers and get the black people back on, drugs, knowing that a lot of them are going to college now. Now, the second thing, as far as like the police being in the schools, I understand what Officer Faulkner was saying. It should be for like a sense of safety, because there might be some high crimes. But the problem is that they're not coming into schools to provide safety like that. They're coming in there to arrest the students and give them a criminal record. And also, I don't believe that they should be in those schools without educating the children about how to act in the presence of a uniformed personnel to prevent them from getting those criminal records and getting locked up. Because I know there was an instance where a child was locked up for drawing on the desk. And said it was, and the officer said it was graffiti. I was talking to the officer myself. I said, wow, why would y'all arrest that child for drawing on the desk? I've drawn on my desk before, but how is a child going to know that's graffiti if you never taught them that is considered graffiti? And then you're in the schools locking the children up, giving them arrest records that could prevent them from getting jobs in the future. And another thing, some police are depending on the parents of teaching the children how to act in the presence of a uniformed personnel, when not all children come from households that have parents that are in their life. Like for me, I was a foster child, so it still falls on the duty of the police department to still educate the children. You cannot have the police just jump in their school without those education classes, to educate the children. If the police are there to provide safety, then that should be safety. I shouldn't hear about no quotas that you need to make an arrest in those schools every month.
Let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that for a second.
All right, I'll let you talk. There's one more thing I wanted to bring to your attention about that police department, because Officer Faulkner also said that a lot of people should join the police department if they want to make change. Become the change that you want to make. But the problem with the police department is that there's a lot of nepotism going on. You got some officers that have retired from the job that did not even work the street or the beat. They're sitting behind a desk, the house mouse that sits behind the desk the whole time. And then when you look at their arrest record, you don't see them out in the street, and that's why they don't got proper training. That's why you have an issue like the officer that mistakes her taser for a gun on a traffic stop, because some of these officers ain't out there really doing no traffic stops. They don't work behind the desk the whole time. Then they had the time to study to become a sergeant or become a boss, and then they get on the street acting like they did street work. When they ain't do no street work, they need to be back doing proper training and do some real police work.
So, as long as you got people, no offense to anybody, this might sound kind of sexist. This is the reason why a lot of police officers don't like working with women. Because the greatest people who get the nepotism is usually the females or the good old white boys. And
I don't agree to that.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because I've seen it for years and years. And the reason why is because a lot of ladies get these favors.
Yeah, they wink their eyes.
And a lot of ladies, hey, I've been there. There's probably about 2 or 3 female officers who I wouldn't mind backing me up over most men. And it's like this.
It's like a work
hubby.
That's
not completely true.
It's like your work hubby. Work wife.
I've told a lot of female officers, do your job. Don't try to look for somebody to do it for you. If you can't, leave. Just like I would tell any man. If you can't handle it, leave. Don't think because you're pretty that you're gonna get some favors. You got a bunch of simp sergeants and lieutenants who trying to holler at the females. You got some females who want to do their job, and you got some females who just come there just to sleep around. Don't make a reputation for yourself. Just like if you got a guy out there sleeping around with all the female trainees, guess what reputation is going to carry with you? So, when you have a lot of the nepotism and a lot of it, guess what? If I was a female officer, do I want a reputation of sleeping around? Hell no. Because your reputation carries for anything you do.
Well,
and then on top of that, when it comes to arrest, an officer does not make. Because guess what? Some people will not make an arrest because they don't have to. Because they could de-escalate a situation, or if they were actually out there, male or female, doing what they were supposed to do, getting their jobs done, they know that certain people are going to be on certain type of bullshit. Criminals know who to mess with and know what officers not to mess with. Male, female, or whatever. But go ahead.
All right. Well, the thing with nepotism, I'm not going to limit that to just sexualism with women. Well, we know that exists as well. Hold on, let me finish. We know that exists as well. There are women that get over on a job, as far as looking good. I mean, I look, pretty decent on my job as well. So anyway, but that we know that exists, but we're not going to ignore the nepotism that goes on because of the skin color. Okay. All right. There are officers that are white that come on the job and their whole career is already mapped out. They are put into certain precincts immediately, certain jobs immediately, and it's been going on for a very long time. And they're given the opportunity to, to have that time to study for the exam, to become the boss, or they're treated a certain way. I want to bring up that officer that killed Eric Garner. What's his name? Officer, I forgot his name, Pantello. Okay, now look at him. For a long time, what happened? It took about 5 years for him to finally be terminated. 5 years. He was making money. They put him into a nice, comfortable police station, to do whatever he got to do. Now, if that was a black officer, no, you're not getting all of that. No, when you get in trouble, you go into the trenches. That's what happens. Now, that nepotism is not only limited to women at all. It's limited to, it also includes the color of their skin. They are getting over now, and it's not only black officers, not only white officers, it's also black officers that do it too. They look out for their whole entire family. None of them are doing no real police work. They're going through their whole career smooth sailing. I've seen it personally. And the white people is the most. The white officers is the most it happens with. It is. So we're gonna say if you're gonna say nepotism, it's women based on your skin color, and it's who you know, and it's not exactly what you know. And I want nepotism completely abolished.
I think nepotism is part of human nature, though. You know what I mean? It's like if you got a son, wouldn't you want your son?
We're gonna be frank about it, right?
The
because we're gonna be frank about nepotism. Because nepotism is sometimes I like it. You know why? Because number one, black people are the only idiots that don't use it.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
Number two,
I've seen them.
and they should. Because guess what? I got an old saying from Baltimore, nigga, we don't fight fair.
Right.
Are you going to tell your son and daughter, your son sees your daughter get beat up, what you going to tell your son? So when we look at that policing, and I just put a copy of the Great Faulkner Initiative. Okay. Yeah, I should, as your wrestling coach, I should be able to put your son in the police department. Wouldn't you want your son to start off with a job that starts off with $40,000 instead of flipping fucking burgers? I know military recruiters. I know the military game. Shouldn't I be able to get your son the best possible deal in the military, the best possible MOS?
Right.
Where do you think the state-of-the-art technology goes first?
No, but that's not happening in the police department, though. The black people are not getting those opportunities.
Guess what? I put about 5 people in the police department. I put about 10 people I know in the military. Like the damn investigators pretty much know me by fucking name. Matter of fact, I'll give you one lesson. The sergeant who's in charge of recruiting and retention was my counselor back in Upward Bound when he was in college at Morgan State, and I was at Upward Bound at Morgan. That's how cool I know people.
I know. I like what you said, but the problem with nepotism, I'm sorry, I don't want that in the police department because it interferes with training. It interferes with training. If the officer is not training properly, they cannot police the citizens properly. I cannot
and guess what? Here's the difference between that, right? Because you ship in or you ship out. Now, there's a good element of it, but guess what? In the words of the late great George Duke, I can take you to the water, but I can't make you drink.
I know, but the problem is that we have to watch out. That should be a part of the police reform. We should watch how the police are being trained and follow their entire career. My thing is that if you are not out there doing police work, then you are not really playing. You're not really training properly as a police officer. And then when you come into situations like the officer that alleges that she mistook her taser for a gun, it's those type of errors are going to happen because the officer is that has not trained on the street.
See, this is my professional point of view.
We can't have secretaries.
This is my point of view, right? Number one, she should have never been back on the street in the first place if she was off the street that long.
I don't know how long she was off the street. I don't know how long she was off the street.
If she's that incapable of knowing where her gun is and from a cross-draw taser, she shouldn't be back on the street. Number two, I don't expect everybody to be like ninjas from the fucking hidden hood village either. I don't expect police officers to be that. I don't see a lot of police officers in the gym. I don't see a lot of police officers weightlifting. I don't see, because if I rewrote the shit, a lot of motherfuckers wouldn't know me and wouldn't love me. But they'll respect me because guess what? I'm going to get rid of the fucking woman standards. I'm going to get rid of the man standards, and I'm going to just have the standard. You can't make the fucking standard. You don't go past goal.
Fact.
You want to get this because guess what? I know we're in the era of girl power and all this shit. If you really want to show me girl power, meet the fucking standard. You really want to show me that you're the man? And in the words of this philosopher, you might have heard him, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Whoa! You got to actually be the man and get to the standard.
Well, I'm not going to say a woman has to be the man. Because a man has his place, okay? I respect men for what they are. They are a man. So I don't look at a man and say, I need to be the man. I respect the man for being a man because that's what he is.
Well, see,
And
I'm
I don't
talking
look
to,
to
I'm
be, I
talking
don't
from,
look to
I'm
be a
talking
man.
from an aspect of what men know what I already know. The men, to notice the men didn't say anything because they already know what I meant. Because just like I spoke directly to women, I spoke directly to men. You got to beat the man. See that other nigga you in the class with? You got to compete for your job with him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's not, you're not gonna say that the men and the women have the same body strength when they
But at
don't.
the same
That's the
time,
reason why.
but at
That's
the
why you
same
don't have
time,
the woman boxing the man in boxing.
but at
That's
the
why you
same
don't
time,
have
but,
that.
but, but wait
So
a minute, sister. Wait a minute. That's you don't get to pick your suspects on the street, do you?
we know that. That's why you all get the
But
same training.
but guess what? The same way that because you're smaller and weaker than I am, you can use that firearm a lot quicker than me. Correct?
That's possible.
No, that's legal. Remember, God made us free, cult made us equal. So whereas though there's certain situations where if there's a how tall are you?
I'm 5 feet.
And how much do you weigh?
I'm about 145 pounds.
Now, number one, I'm 5'10", 280 pounds. I can bench press 500 pounds. I can curl 200 plus. I'm trained in wrestling, boxing, MMA. I'm a combat veteran from the Iraq War. If you're the officer and I say, you know what, I'm going to take your gun and I'm going to rape you with it, and I'm coming there with my teeth gritting and I'm taking steps towards you in an aggressive manner and I don't stop, what are you going to do?
I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Exactamundo.
Right.
Because guess what? We're not going to be coy and say, hey, she ain't going to shoot my ass. Because at that moment, can I physically overpower her? Yes.
Yeah, yes. Well, we know that.
No, we,
I mean, but
But at the same
I'm not.
time, we can't say the men and the women because guess what? The same guys I got to face, the same people you got to face. You know, one of the craziest times I ever had as a police officer when 3 female police officers, the same goddamn ammunition, the same shit on their belt. Can we get a male officer with us? You got 3 of you motherfuckers. And I'm going
Well,
over there and
what
I'm
what
like,
what did they
hey,
request the mail for? It was it to search someone? I mean,
no,
what did they request
it
it
was the
for?
search a house. And I'm like, well, you can't get away. Like I can understand if a guy asks for a female officer to search a female because you want to
Right. That's
limit
what I
as
was
many
saying. What was the reason
liabilities
for the request?
and just to search a house. And I'm like, wait a minute, but you want to get paid equal amount of pay. And I'm like, that shit kind of fucked me up in my head a little bit.
But that's what the training. There you go with the training. Like you
It's
said,
not the
they're supposed
training.
to do
It's
the
the
job. They supposed to do the job the same
that's
way. With
well,
some made them
yeah,
believe that.
yeah. Hold on. Look, we got. Now, are you currently a police officer, Tabitha, or
Oh
no
no, I'm
longer?
retired. I'm retired.
Are you retired? So we have a
Yes.
retired police officer who's been up front. There's just blatant racism being practiced on the police
Absolutely.
force. She
Yes.
has no doubts about that, right?
No.
Charles said that New York's a different type of animal, but obviously she has issues with that. Now, we have Mahogany. She wanted to do a one-on-one with her, but go ahead, Mahogany. I'm just gonna go ahead and just let you go ahead and talk to her right
Thank you
there.
so
She's a sister girl. She wanted to holler at you real quick.
Thanks, I really do. First of all, let me just tell you, sister. First of all, I'm so glad you came up here. You're the perfect
Hold on.
person.
We'll be right back, Charles. We'll be right back. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. No.
Okay, Miss Tabitha, I just wanted to tell you that I'm so glad that you came up here. Earlier I was on, I don't know if you saw it, but I was getting frustrated, and I realized that they needed to hear from somebody like you. We need to hear a woman that's actually in the field that's dealing with this. You're perfect because for one thing, you have your own experiences firsthand, so you could tell us. And I'm glad that you said what you said because I know that what you're saying is true. I have friends and family members that are police officers, so I know, and they talk about it. So I know that what you're saying is true. And then the fact that you're a woman to boot, you're just, I'm very happy that you came up here. That's all I can say. I was excited when I saw you up here and
I'm
that you
happy
just,
to be here too. Yeah.
yeah, because there needs to be more representation in these spaces from women like yourself, especially when we're talking about topics like this. I don't really care if people think I'm brown nosing or whatever. I don't care. I am glad to see you here. The fact is, we all have our experiences and things like that, but there's just certain things when they're said, and if they're said and they're problematic, we really do need somebody with the education, with the training, with the experience on the ground to say, you know what, no, this is not right, or yes, this is right, to actually give us a little bit better perspective. Um, and they're not going to hear it when you come up here ranting and raving like I just did. But everybody knows my temper is short. I just can't deal with a whole lot of foolishness. So I am glad to say that I'm glad that you came up here, sister. I know you said it was your first time, and I think I think we all just appreciate you coming up here. Thank you.
I appreciate being here. You know, I respect everybody's perspective, and I'm happy to hear from you as well, you know, because it's very important that we get the perspective of different, you know, different experiences and ideas to bring to the platform to bring change that's needed.
And I wanted to, and this is something that I wanted to say, Platt, that I didn't get to say because I got all frazzled and dazzled, honey. But there was the question of, well, nobody says anything when this happens to white people. And yes, we know it happens to white people, but it happens to our people in large, large numbers. So we can't pretend and say, you know what I'm saying? I get frustrated when I hear people say all
That
lives
was
matter.
Zab.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying we know all lives matter, honey, but our lives are the one that seems to be in danger. So that was my point. But I'm going to continue to listen.
Did you see what else he put up
Yeah.
here, Mahogany? Hold up.
I just got a
No.
quick question. Do we know the actual numbers on
Right
it?
here.
Can we like pull up the numbers
You see what he did? You see what he put up there?
Let's see what he put up there.
Affirmative action, honey. Affirmative action. And
Well,
you know,
affirmative action. I like to. Affirmative
I
action
want
is
to
a
say
funny
this.
thing.
Saying
You know
because you women are females, affirmative action
like
is
we
by
didn't
you.
deserve, like,
Yeah, on the force.
But you want to know what's funny about that, and I'll be quiet.
Hold up. Here's the guy who did it right. This guy right here. He is right here.
I'm just gonna say
What's
this
wrong with it
story.
being merit based on your merit and
Who
what the
said that
gentleman
we
was
didn't
saying?
earn our position? That's a misconception. That's
Right. I want to say something.
And
oftentimes
if
we're
y'all
the
did, then
best.
that's good.
I just want to say this. Oftentimes we have to be 10 times fucking better. So oftentimes when we get a position, we are the best at that job, and that's why they chose us. That's what you don't
What a
know.
thing.
You've been lied to, boo.
There's
Sorry to
a
say.
misconception with affirmative action. I just want to
Do
say
you agree
something.
with what you just said that when they get the position, they're 10 times better? Y'all agree?
Not in my field. Not in
In
tech.
my
I would like
position,
to
yes.
say something. I would like to say something.
I
Affirmative
disagree.
action. I would like to say something. The affirmative action, there's a big misconception. When people see that word affirmative action, they automatically believe that it's like somebody at 100 and there's a person at a 30. Okay, it may be a situation where it's 100 and a person is maybe at a 90. They're basically neck and neck. And affirmative action does not only apply to just Black people or just women. You know, there are nationalities all over using affirmative action. Now we just and it's just so funny that she was talking about protection. I want to bring up this thing about this hate crime bill that was just only for Asians. Now everybody's been talking about Black people with the Breonna Taylor, the George Floyd. We all know that Black people have been getting beat up for centuries, but somehow the Asian bill is only for Asians, excluding Black people.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
You got it. Number one. They try to use the face, but this is what you got to think because it's Asian and Pacific Islander month, so that's also another reason. One, they're going to use Black people as the face, even though they only see the prejudice towards Asian people from whites. This is who've been. I've never seen a group of people that supported Asian stores through either hair products or corner stores, and You can barely send your child to community college or junior college. They sending their kids to Ivy League schools and private colleges.
And they all using affirmative action.
And see, they're using what's called immigrant status, where they're not even paying taxes. They'll flip the damn business over and they'll keep all the money they made in almost a decade. Now, this is the black people's issue. When you're on one accord, you get shit done. And people get mad at that. Like, what do you mean? We one accord. Guess what? The Japanese hate the Chinese. The Chinese hate the Japanese. They all hate the fucking Koreans.
Yep.
But guess what?
That's funny.
When them motherfuckers need something done, oh, we're all Asian. Oh, we're getting beat up. No. Nobody wants to point out how many years ago when that Asian store clerk shot a black girl in the back of her head for allegedly stealing something that's less than 15 cents, allegedly. But we don't want to talk about that Asian shit. We don't want to talk about how many black women been assaulted in the hair stores. And this is the shit that I gotta say. If all the black women,
this man is very knowledgeable.
And if all the black women who wear weave, that's more than enough reason to stay the fuck out of their stores. If you gotta, this is the shit that I always say.
What did you hear? Did you hear the new rhetoric that is supposed to be the African Americans that are attacking the Asians?
Oh yeah,
I was very shocked by that one.
That's what I was. That's what I was saying.
I'm out
That's
here.
what I was talking about.
I'm out here in San Francisco, so I get where you're coming from. And that bill was specifically put out right in San Francisco. And like Charles said, they work collectively. They hate each other, but they work collectively, believe it or not, because not all of them are Chinese. And a lot of Asian people will get upset if you say, "Are you Chinese?" You know, and it could be something totally different. And that's true. Same thing with black people, you know, like you stated earlier, we all not the same. You know, we may have the same skin color. We may have may have the same look, but we're not the same. You know, I'm Nigerian and Dominican, but I just identify as black, you know, because I was born here. My parents are not from United States. But I'll tell you this. I'm doing a special myself, even on my show, about Asian hate. And but coming from a black perspective, and this would be with mixed Asian people that are black and Asian. And I'll also chime in with the actual Asian people that are friends that I went to college with and everything that understand where I'm coming from.
I don't believe there's no Asian hate going on. My thing is that if you take every incident that you see that involves an Asian and put it on TV to make it appear like they're under siege, then it's gonna look like they're under siege. Now, if you take every incident that happens to the black people, it's gonna look like they're under siege too. It's orchestrated to get financial assistance. It's nothing but lies. And it's definitely no African Americans that's doing this. And the reason why I don't believe that is because Asians have been in our communities for decades. They have nail salons. They got hair salons. They got businesses all over the place. Chinese restaurants. And they are not getting beat up in the black community. So
hold up. Like the stream. Look, like, and share the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Hold up. Hit the Cash App. Like the stream. I got the likes. Gotta get the likes.
Get them out.
But back to the affirmative action thing. I think that ties a lot.
But you gotta look at. You gotta look at the Asian. You gotta look at the Asian. You gotta look at the Asian bill. Everybody, they try to make black people the face of it, but then you see an Asian shop get shot. Who are these people? It's always white. So now they looking stupid as hell when they talk about Asian hate because they want a little piece of the pie too before America just implodes. So look at the whole thing about it. How many years have I been telling people about, hey, get your sons in the military, police, and fire department? Well, I don't want them to join the white man's police department. No, it's a black city. Shut the fuck up. And then, trust me, I've been here for about how many years on YouTube? I've been here for a minute.
Yeah, I was saying,
I've been here in a minute.
where these people don't, black people don't want it to join these
I'm gonna put it to you this way: it's the same shit as like, don't join the white man's military. Was your military before ever was a white man's? Stop it. Read a book.
Can I? Okay, go ahead. I'm waiting on him.
And it's really to the point of detriment because guess what? You know what the Irish reparations was? The police department.
The police department.
Think you gotta? Do you know what the Italians' reparation was? The fire department. And you really want to talk? I don't look down upon nepotism. If you could guarantee your son and daughter a fucking job, if you could guarantee your son, your daughter, and your grandchildren a job, then I don't have a problem with it. The problem is this: black people really think the world is fair. Like you really,
I don't know what black people
black people. Like that, see, black people will say one thing, but they'll say, "Let's get rid of nepotism." But you're not going to put your homeboy on. You're not going to tell them that they hire.
Nepotism got to go.
No, it don't. No, it don't. Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you why nepotism does not have to go because y'all do this in the healthcare field. We're talking about police officers, but one of the most racist systems is the healthcare system. And who runs that? Who's mainly represented in the healthcare system amongst black people? It's black women, and they make sure that their daughters and their aunts. Yes, black women are more represented in the healthcare system. Yes, y'all
low wage, low wage jobs. I'm the only black in my office.
That is true. It is true. It is true.
That's not true.
I see it every day.
Let's let him talk. I'm not beating him up a lot.
That proves it.
Hold up. Let Pastor go. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, eat me up, please, sweetheart, please do that, because you're not going to. The reality of it is, you can't get rid of nepotism because in every aspect, especially healthcare, where you have more black female doctors than you have black male doctors, more black female nurses than male nurses. Y'all think y'all be looking out for Negroes up there? Y'all give niggas the hardest time. Y'all act like niggas are not smart. Y'all act like niggas can't do the job. Y'all question us. Niggas get more respect from Indians, Asians, and Mexicans in the hospital system than their own sisters. Niggas have to avoid y'all to keep a dick. No. Niggas have to avoid y'all to keep a job.
This is the space you're in.
Let him talk. Let him finish.
And what I'm saying is, when it comes down to police officing, where you have brothers that are more represented more, they look out for y'all. Them brothers don't let y'all join us. You damn right. Them brothers don't let y'all join them police forces and get ran over. But y'all, no, they don't. No, they do not.
That's a lie.
That is not a lie.
It's a whole lot of lies.
Let him finish.
I know that that's a lie.
No, it's not. I work directly with police officers.
This is his experience.
I work directly with police officers in the emergency department, right? So I see when black females come in there with black male officers, and I see the protection that these black male officers provide. Yes, I said it. I mean it.
Can somebody respond?
I can respond to that.
Well, it needs to go around. Everybody, one person, some of these niggas are long-winded. Can everybody get a chance?
I can respond about the medical.
I can respond to that.
He's speaking facts about the medical.
I can respond to that because guess what? It's true. I had to confront lieutenants and bullshit.
For 5 minutes.
That is true.
And you've been talking for 5 minutes, dude. For 10 minutes. You're a damn lie.
No, you're a damn. You know you're a double damn lie. If you think that doesn't happen, because guess what? You're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me. No, guess what? Why don't you stop trying to shame somebody who actually can tell the truth about this shit? No, yes, you damn right. I'm such a man. Stop trying to be such a. Stop trying to be such a dame and a dime. Try to shame me.
You are such a man. That's why you gotta be heard. You gotta talk for everybody. You won't let other
people. Yes, I do. Because obviously you won't shut up.
Hold on.
That's what I'm gonna do. You won't shut up.
And this is why
you won't shut up.
Hold up.
Shut your ass up because the fact of the matter is you want to run your goddamn mouth all the time.
You can't
parents
get it
are
out without
you
women.
sit your ass down.
We
You
black
can sit
men,
down
we
about
black
that
men
because
can't get
guess
along with
what?
our
Y'all
own
May I
women.
protected.
please speak? May I
Yeah.
please
Flag,
speak?
give me that
We don't got to
Go
worry
ahead,
about
go.
white
We're gonna
Because
let
May,
supremacists.
guess
We
may
got to
I
what?
worry
It's
please
about
say
true.
wait a
something?
minute. We're gonna
black
let
women.
Tabitha go. Go ahead, Tabitha.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Thank you so much because we're not getting nowhere with yelling at each other. No one's
That's
hearing
true.
anything. All right. First of all, with the healthcare system, I don't believe that that's a product of the woman, being in control of that system. The healthcare system, I believe, is being dominated more. We can see this going on in government for illegal immigrants and non-citizens. That's what the Democrats are pushing. They want this universal health care system for, the benefit of illegal immigrants and non-citizens that come here to have a baby in America, in which they believe are U.S. citizens, by using the slave 14th Amendment as a pathway for illegal citizenship for their children when they don't put in the citizenship application for naturalization. That's
Can
first
I
and
say?
foremost. Okay,
Can I
now
say
You're
let
talking
one
me
about
thing?
two
finish
different
it. Let
things,
me
sweetheart.
finish
No,
it.
Hey,
no,
hey,
no, no. Y'all
hey,
talking
Okay.
about two
Let me
different
talk
things.
about
What are
this
you
subject.
talking
hey!
about?
Let
Let
me
Every
me
talk
time
finish.
that
about this
Hold
female
on,
subject
come
hold
on
on,
here,
hold
she
on.
right
always
now.
Can
causing
I finish
chaos.
my
Hold on, man.
statement?
Yo,
Let me talk
every
about
time
this
that lady
subject,
come
right?
on here, she always causing
Let me
chaos.
Let me
I'm
talk
sick of
about this
chaos
subject.
agents.
Wait a minute.
Let me
finish
talk
my
about this
statement,
subject.
Every
You
please.
can't
time
talk
she
about
come
that.
on
Tabitha,
here,
hold
she
up.
just
Let
We
cause
me
can
chaos.
every
Tabitha
finish,
wasn't
I
finished.
Jeremy, I
please.
haven't had time to say
Let
I
me
know,
anything
but
to
finish
Every
calm
my
time, yo,
You
every
down.
time
statement,
you
always
come
saying
on
please.
here, you
something.
always
Let
That's what's
me
causing
happening. You
finish
had
chaos,
too
my
much
man.
time to
statement,
say
You've
shit.
been
please.
talking literally for
She's
5
always
minutes
Let me
because
arguing,
you
finish
causing
my
started
chaos,
running
Damn.
a
statement.
bar.
ignorant.
Let
Every
me
time she
finish
Tabitha
come
my
on
wasn't
here, she's
finished.
statement.
Let
always
Tab,
God
doing all this
damn.
let
She
chaos.
got a
Can I
Tabitha,
please
PhD in
finish my
let
statement?
destruction.
Can
God
I
damn.
please finish
let
my
Tabitha
statement?
finish. She
Thank
wasn't
you.
finished.
Now I would like to respond to the gentleman who was speaking about the black woman being protected by the black men in the police department. That is completely a lie. Okay, the black women are the least protected by the black men in the police
I'm
department. If
sorry.
not,
That is
the
such
black men
laughable.
are looking at the black women as sex symbols for sex. Okay,
Plat, man, give us a one-on-one. Give us a
Wait
one-on-one.
a minute.
Give
Wait a
us a
minute. No,
one-on-one.
no, no. I'm
Give
gonna
us a
respond to
one-on-one,
that.
Plat.
I'm
Give
gonna
us a
respond to
one-on-one.
that one.
Give us
I'm
a
gonna respond.
one-on-one.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold
Destroy
up.
me,
Hold up.
sweetheart.
Hold up.
Hey, let
Destroy me.
Hold up.
Charles go. Let Charles
Hold
go.
up.
No,
Let me respond to that.
I
Let
let
me
the
respond
gentleman
to that
talk.
real quick.
I
let
let the
Let me
somebody else
gentleman
respond to
talk.
that
respond.
real quick. Because
I
number
let the
one,
gentleman talk. I let the gentleman talk, and please let me finish. I
Go ahead,
allowed
go
the
ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
gentleman
ahead
to
and
talk,
finish.
and I want to
Go
say
ahead
my
and
piece.
finish.
Please let me finish. Please
Come
let me
on.
finish. Okay. So when the black women come on the job, they are on their own.
No, they're not.
There is no nepotism of, oh yeah, let me hook you up. No, you got to work. You got to prove that you can do the work. Ain't nobody holding your hand, telling you how to get the ropes or how to get anything done. I mean, I don't know about some other people because, like I said, the gentleman has his own experience, but I'm gonna tell you about my experience. Ain't
Okay.
no black man was helping me on my job or other than asking for sex.
Well,
Okay,
sweetheart, let me
now
tell you.
let me finish
Let
with
me cut
that.
you off real
I
quick.
did
Let
my
me tell you.
own work
How do you?
myself, and they
Okay.
do not protect the black women
Sure.
at all. If not,
Sure.
if you ain't white, it ain't happen for you. Okay,
Sweetheart,
you
you are
got to do
lying.
your own work.
How
You
does a
got to do
black
your
woman?
own
Let
work.
me ask you a
The
question.
black men
Well, let
ain't
me ask you a
checking for
question.
checking
You
to
can
help
keep
no
talking all
black
you want
women
to. Let
out
me
on
ask you
no
a question.
police job. No, they not.
How does a
No,
black
they
woman
not.
become the police chief of Detroit? How does a
I'm gonna
black
tell
woman
you
be?
that.
No.
You want me to answer
How
that?
does a black woman become the police
I'm gonna
chief of
tell you
Dallas?
exactly how
How
she became
does
that.
she if
I'm
black
gonna
men
tell you.
didn't help her?
I'm gonna tell you how. All right, I'm gonna
How?
answer. Let me answer you. The reason why she became the black chief because they had all of this, all of this stuff going on. Like, we need a black person in position because some black people believe in symbolism and not action. They believe that they need to have a black face on top to represent equal treatment, which does not actually mean that. Okay, just having a black person does not mean you're going to get equal treatment. That
You still
person
didn't
is
answer my
positioned.
question,
Listen,
sweetheart.
I'm
How did she
answering
get
it.
there?
What
How
I'm
did she get
saying
there
is
without
that you got
support?
to look at the history. The slave master always put the person in charge that they believed that was in sync with what they believe in, and to control the black people below them.
So why?
Okay, so you're
Okay.
looking for a specific
So you
black
say that,
person
and these black
to
women know
control
that.
those
Why
black
do they put
people
themselves in
behind.
that position to do
So
that? Why they put themselves in that position? Why they put themselves in that position? Because they know they can benefit from it.
Some of them, yes, they do have the background and the education to go along with them, but they are put to those positions as a.
And sweetheart, you are wrong as day when you say that black men. Let me tell you something. Black men
are harder on the black people. They are actually harder on the black people, and don't look out for the black people because they gotta protect the interests of the.
Can I get a word in real quick? Because number one,
all right, go ahead.
Number one, that is utter bullshit. Okay? Black women are heavily protected in this damn departments, in these departments around. Hold up. I gave you a chance. Number one, you have a black female who's supposed to be on a post-only post, right? Has to be relieved that she has to use the restroom, go to get food or whatever. Even has to be relieved on post when the shift ends. Why, when a shooting came out on her post, everybody else was there, including the sergeant of the post, including the lieutenant, and the goddamn major got there. Yeah, no, that ain't bull crap. It's what fucking happened.
That's what happens when all officers
that's what happened.
The police come out.
Guess what? Nope.
That was
because guess what?
Black.
So let me tell you, guess what? She was post only, and she didn't answer her goddamn radio.
That was not because
nowhere to be
black.
found. Guess what?
That would have been any officer would have got that type of
She is black, by the way. But
it
let me finish.
Matter.
Can I speak, please? So can I speak, please? Thank you. So number one, she's a black female. The major was going to charge her. The black sergeant looked out for her because right there, what does she have? A neglected duty, failure to respond, and also insubordination. What should she be terminated for? But guess what happens? Not only is she removed from the post, which isn't a big thing, she's still allowed to become a detective, and then she is allowed to become promoted. When you talk about black men don't protect y'all, that's the name of the game, sweetheart. Y'all think y'all do it on your own, but y'all not. Stop it. I'm not even finished. That's bullshit. Because y'all so protected. The only thing that y'all more protected than that goddamn vest y'all wear out there. Because y'all not doing the heavy lifting in the department, and you know it.
At the hospital,
guess what? Y'all not doing the lifting.
Bro, at the
y'all
hospital,
not doing the heavy lifting. And we're not talking muscular strength either. And we're not talking muscular strength either. Because guess what? No, because I'm not finished. Because number one, you don't see the women doing all the heavy lifting in the department, do you? No, you do not.
I do it.
Because when there's shit need to be done, y'all not telling 20 motherfuckers to get off a corner. Y'all waiting for backup.
They mad at women, honey. They mad.
Y'all waiting for backup. Y'all waiting for backup. Y'all the ones who try to get cutesy with the sergeants, lieutenants, asking for days off. No, you're not the reason why cities are protected. Sorry. But for the few women that actually do their damn jobs and not look for them, I salute you. But guess what? They even know we're not doing the heavy lifting.
Hey, bro, they be trying to give pussy to start an IV or to lift a patient. They can't live. Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
Because let's tell the goddamn truth. Let's tell the goddamn truth where women have an advantage.
I feel that's sad.
How many of y'all go through the academy? How many of y'all go through the goddamn academy? As soon as you graduate, you pop up pregnant. Right? So that takes you about a year or two to get in on the street. Guess what? If you're a year or 15 months in there, you come back on, you're still eligible to take the sergeant's test. You're still eligible to take a specialized unit because it still counts for your 3 years. But guess what? We gotta work these years. We gotta work these years. We can't get pregnant and sit on the desk. We don't look for the cushy jobs.
No one else has been able to.
We don't look for the cushy jobs, right?
I can attest to what goes on in the hospital and the police department. I was a licensed practical nurse and also a police officer. So
go with
both of those fields.
Go with it.
And you telling me nepotism doesn't work? Because last time I checked, you can look at a lot of these jobs now where you see nothing but black women. Hell, you see black women in Advance Auto, don't even know the goddamn parts.
Listen,
no black men there. They're not hiring.
Racism. We just heard a bunch of racism and sexism.
Hey, let's go down to the courthouse.
Black women are the
let's go down to the courthouse.
And you know, and you see how they put this all on the black women. So the white officers are not getting no special treatment. The white
so wait a minute. How many black women put black men on when they get to their position?
That's what it calls, though.
You won't let nobody speak. You won't let nobody
How many black women put black men on when they get to these positions? We'll wait. We'll wait. How many black women will put black men on when they get to these government positions?
Can you let her speak without you talking?
Can you shut completely the fuck up? Thank you.
I'm not going to shut up. You ain't shut up for 2
Shut
seconds.
up, because you
literally been watching the fuck your bum ass been talking for 10 minutes. You
we already know you're a bum. You know why you're a bum? Because you got to. No, you know what you need to do? What you need to do is take up a goddamn broom and sweep your ass out of this conversation. That's what the fuck you need to do. What you need to do is cut off that wacky weed talking about you love brothers. Get the fuck out of here. You would die if Asian people left this country. That's what you would do. You're the biggest goddamn traitor that black people ever known. Get that fake ass hair out your shit. Because we already know your hair is only the length of stitches. So get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You mad because I'm giving up the secrets that y'all don't do shit. You're mad that you don't even say. You got no breath mints. You got no teeth. I let her talk for all the time. It ain't going like that. So stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. Stop the cat. Stop the goddamn cat. Stop the goddamn cat. Oh, I'm a nigga, and I guess that makes you Miss Niggerette, right? Oh, shut the fuck up, because you ain't showing nobody no goddamn respect with your squeaky ass shit. Get the fuck out of here. What you need to do is pass the toothpaste to your ass. It's still too early for you not to have morning. Guess what? What time is it now? You got fucking morning breath from the last night. God damn, shut the fuck up. All you want to do is whine. All you want to do is whine. We're going to keep whining. Come on, Dave. We're going to do this whine. We're going to still go it up here. No, you don't. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? No, because that's going to be considered bullshit. That's called, you an ignorant motherfucker times 10. Because shut the hell up.
You need to stop. When you shut the fuck up, I will shut the fuck up.
Okay, Puffy. Won't stop. Can't stop, okay? I'll shake on it.
And you still talking. You're still talking. And as long as you're talking, I'm going to talk. Shut your bitch ass up and let somebody else fucking speak.
Hey, what we going to do, Charles, we're going to let the, Pastor 40 and her, because he never got a chance to talk about his healthcare thing.
So like, I can have this conversation kind of cordial with you, sweetheart.
Okay. No, with Tabitha. Here you go. Right here, hold on. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go back to the backstage though. Me, you, and Mahogany. All right, just hang on, Charles. I'm gonna bring everybody back. Go ahead.
Exactly how black women get treated.
Hey, yo, sweetheart, what I'm trying to tell you is, you got black women in these hospitals. They ain't doing no heavy lifting. They ain't doing the technical stuff. You got black men doing this stuff, and then when you do it, they try to question you if you did it right. And they know you did it right, but they don't want to get up and do it themselves. And another thing is, when it comes down to the police and black men protecting black women, bro, I have seen that shit heavy. They don't make the black women do no work down here in Dallas. Only thing they make the black women do down here in Dallas is pat search. They make them pat search and sit on people that they got handcuffed to a gurney. Y'all ain't doing no hard work like that. Y'all ain't doing no hard work on the field as police officers. Y'all not doing no hard work in the healthcare field. Y'all not doing no hard work in construction. Y'all not doing no hard work, sweetheart. Y'all not.
That's not
Y'all
fair for
not.
you to say. I'm gonna let you speak. That's not
Go
fair
ahead.
for you to say that as universally across the board. I don't know what goes on in Dallas, so I'm gonna respect what you're saying that goes down in Dallas because I'm not personally there and I don't know. Now I am a former nurse and a former police officer in New York City. So and I don't see what you see there. I'm gonna tell you my experience out here. As a nurse, when I worked in a hospital, I was doing work and doing the work myself. I didn't call a man to come and take care of my patients. I did not call a man to come and, lift the patient. And if I needed extra help, it could be as long as that's a nurse, because men can be nurses as well.
Yeah.
So my thing is that it wasn't an issue of I need to call. If I need help as a nurse, I'm a call nurse to come and help. So I didn't look to no man to do my work. So I didn't see that going on in the hospital with my experience. Now, in my experience in New York City with the police department, I do not see the black men protecting the women, not in the NYPD. I don't
Okay.
know what goes
Okay.
on in Dallas, but
Okay.
in the NYPD, they are very nasty. There's been instances, where I've made some complaints where, the NYPD, I felt like I was disrespected and treated with racism as a police officer, and all my cries was ignored. And there was no one that was standing up to help me and stand up with me as a black woman, and I didn't see the black officers standing up with me as well. And I think that's just very unfair to really just, narrow
Man,
it down to
I'm
black
gonna go.
women.
I'm gonna go ahead and say
When
it's. I'm
white
gonna go ahead
women
and
get
say
over
it's.
in the police department a lot.
We do, no. White women will admit that white men are helping them. They will admit that their men are helping them. White doctors, white nurses will admit that white men are hiring them. They will admit that white men are putting them in leadership position. Let me
I
tell you
don't know.
something. Let me tell you,
Okay.
every time I've worked for a black female, whether she's African American or African, in the emergency department, the ICU, or the cardiac units, let me tell you something. They have used me as a nigga ass slave. They made me do all that. They wanted me to do all the lifting. They made me do all the hard shit. And when I didn't do it, they would write emails to their white counterparts. There was never nothing protecting me. You know who protected me in these hospitals? Other brothers and the sisters that wanted some dick.
Well, you know
That's who
something?
protected me.
And I respect what you're saying. My thing is that when you say it's the black woman, like I try to tell someone else, when you got to be careful when you use that word black. Use it very loosely. You got to understand that not everybody with skin color is black, or they are your black. Some of them are not black American descended of slaves. Period. And some of them, they practice white supremacy in their own country. So it ain't nothing to do it when they get to you and treat you in that type of manner. So I'm not going to discredit your experience at all, because you might have, I'm going to take you at truth value for your experience. But you got to understand that not everybody with skin color that you come in with is black, and they are treating you, that way. You got to understand what is their perspective of how are they seeing you, or how they're viewing you. And that's how you are being mistreated. And I urge you to stand up for yourself, write letters, and definitely speak on that. Because when I was working in the police department, I was treated unfairly. One time I had to do the work of an officer that was sitting right there. And I had to say, like, why is he sitting right there and I have to do his assignment? Why are you making me do his assignment?
Well,
And he's
sweetheart,
right there.
because half the chicks are pregnant. Half the chicks are pregnant in the police department and in healthcare. Everywhere you look, the chicks are pregnant.
All
So
right.
how can they do anything? They
All
can't do
right.
shit. They can't. I'm just saying they can't.
Like
I'm
I
not
said,
hating.
I don't
I'm just
know
keeping it
what's going
real.
on in Dallas, but in NYPD, I don't see half the chicks pregnant. Now, listen, that's a natural thing that happens with women. They're going to get pregnant. You got a lot of men on the job, and there's a lot of, like what you say, quote, there's a lot of dick flowing around. Okay. So, I mean, there is going to be times where the women are pregnant. But one thing I noticed from the police department as a police officer, I noticed that a lot of the white officers, their wives don't even work. They be coming to work, and majority of the times when you talk to the white officers, I said, what is going on? They have wives that do not work at all.
Bingo.
And then
My
I
God.
noticed, and then I
Bingo.
noticed, and then I noticed Like, say, like if I had a baby, right, and I was on a police job, since you said I have a baby, right, there wouldn't be a collection for my baby. It would not be a collection for my baby. As a black officer that worked the job with the men, they won't collect money for my baby when it's born. But when a white officer, wife who does not work and who does not even work on the job with us side by side has a baby, they collect money.
So
Okay, and I've seen it done.
Okay.
So you're telling me. So you're telling me because a lot of people want to talk about protection. Yes, women are protected on the job. It's a man's natural instinct to protect women. They ain't hustling and bustling by the goddamn selves. A lot of
All right,
women
listen,
wouldn't
I
take
don't
that.
want to take nothing from
I'm
my
not
black
taking, but let me
friends.
finish. But
All
let me
right,
let me
sorry.
finish. Number one, a lot of women would not take this profession if it wasn't 88% men. Okay.
Well, that wasn't my reason for taking a profession, so it didn't have nothing to do with the men on the job. It's
Did I
all because
say
I
you?
looked
Did
at
I
my
say? Hold
horoscope
up.
and it said I
Did
would
I
be good
say?
at it.
Did I say you?
Okay.
Did I say you? Yes or no?
No, you said a lot of women. Because I never heard that
A
perspective.
lot of women do not get up on there and do the heavy lifting for the department. We know this. We know this. If guess what? Stop. Because if we really want to test this out, we can start an all-female police department, can't we?
My thing is
we could get. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let's start an all-female police department. Let's start an all-female. Let's start an all-female.
That shit be done.
That's not
Let's
fair.
start an all. Let's
Yeah, that's
start an
not fair. I
all-female.
agree.
That's not
Guess what?
fair.
It's not fair, but that's guess what?
No.
Life ain't fair. Should we post discrimination because the police is what 88% male? We should cut it in half and make it half female, right?
Bro, no.
No. Because when we're talking about fair, we don't want equity, the same opportunities. We want equality. Everything exactly down the middle. We're gonna make it 50-50.
Women will that would get slaughtered, bro. That would get slaughtered. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Matter of fact, you got townships, right? Brand new townships starting up, especially around Georgia. Make an all-female police department. Let's see after a year how it hangs, how it goes.
That would get slaughtered, bro. That would get slaughtered, bro. That ain't fair.
Let's start it because guess what?
Is like the lowest in the police department. Okay. They're treated the lowest.
No. Black men take more shit than a black woman ever would. You are so goddamn protected that you might as well call yourself Lois Lane.
I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
That's true.
Sorry.
How many times have black police officers?
I'm not going to discredit.
How many times a female needs her tire changed? A female officer, which is one of the requirements in the academy, to know how to change a goddamn tire.
How many male officers change that tire? I wasn't required to change a tire.
Yeah,
I don't know what training you had, but I was not required to change the tire.
Guess what? Sorry for you, but that's one of the requirements to change a tire. Because we believe in equity. We don't say equality, but how many male officers still change that female's tire? Nationwide. Listen.
How many times?
No. Nationwide, can you tell me that females are doing the heavy lifting? Females are going out there with the hustle and bustle.
No.
So you're telling me, right? Hold up. We're not talking about the New York Police Department. We're not talking about the Baltimore Police Department. We're talking nationwide.
All right, now Charles, we got to let CJ, Wafi, and Zab get into this. Go right ahead.
What's up?
Snake Man, we got Snake Man too. So.
Yeah, I just want to.
Now, hold on for a second, fellas. Apple Girl, is there something you want to get off your chest?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm Officer Faulkner.
Hi.
Is there something that you wanted to say?
No, I didn't really have much to say. It's my first time on your channel. I'm just listening.
Because you do know I'm not like a lot of people in these spaces. I'm no respecters of persons, genders, religions, creeds, or anything like that. If you're respectful to me, I'm respectful to you. If you want to have a dialogue, we're going to talk like two adult human beings. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
So, continue, Mel.
Oh no, I'm finished. I'm finished. My
Because
little.
I'm gonna tell you what the issue is. I'm tired of all this goddamn disrespect. I'm tired of all these fucking hardworking black men taking fucking disrespect. And by your goddamn woman. Matter of fact, they're not your woman anymore. Since they think they can do everything by themselves in a man's world, let them. Go ahead, change your damn tire. Go ahead. Go fight the boogeyman who's breaking into your house. Let them. Now let me ask you this one, Apple. Do you call yourself an independent woman?
Yes, I do.
What makes you independent?
I would say, of course, no one is really independent, but the phrase, it just means financially independent. So that's why I would refer to myself as independent.
How old are you, Apple?
I'm 25.
25. Is it that you're independent or just a functional adult?
Yeah, you could definitely say a functional adult. I think
Because
every
there's
adult
very
should.
few people, there's very few people in America are independent. Very
Right.
few.
And yeah, that's understood. Like, but just the phrase, strong and independent, from the way I interpret it, it just means, to put it
How,
simply, I guess it just means being a functional adult to an extent.
how
But
tall are you, Apple?
I'm 5'4.5".
How much do you weigh?
I'm 130. Why are you
130.
asking me that?
Let me. The reason why is when you say you're strong and independent, right? You have to be extremely careful. Extremely careful. Can you bench press 500 pounds?
No,
I
not
can't.
yet.
I can't. Not yet. What person in the history of the planet bench press 500 pounds at a body weight of 135?
When I say not yet, I mean it's possible that one day I may be able to. But
Apple, apple, apple.
What a fucking mech.
Have you ever performed the exercise called the bench press?
God.
I have.
How much was the heaviest you benched?
With the weight of the bar, I had 10 pounds on each side. Well, not much, but
Apple. I had 445 plates, a 25 and a 10 on each side.
I mean, well,
In what
I'm not
universe?
surprised that you can
So are
bench
you
press.
strong? What does strength mean?
I'm not surprised that you can bench press more
What
than
does
me.
what
Men
does
are
strength
generally
mean?
stronger than women, so that there's no surprise there.
So what does strength mean?
Obviously, physical strength.
No, define the
Um,
word strength.
I don't know the actual definition, but I'll take a go at it. I think it means, well, you already said no, it's not physical strength, but I think it would mean your ability to endure. That's the best way I can put
That's
it.
that's stamina. Strength is
Okay.
how much force can you exert?
Right.
How
Okay. Yeah,
much
I
how
get
much
you.
of your will can you exert over a certain amount of weight, mass, or environment?
Right.
Women do not typically have the fortitude to conquer the environment, right?
When you say conquer the environment, what do you mean?
When I mean conquer the environment, I'm gonna ask you another question. What civilization have women started and created?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about that to say.
No. I'm just taking ballpark figure. Are you college educated?
No.
Okay, take a ballpark figure. How many numbers of civilizations have women started or
As far
founded
as
or created?
percentage,
How many? Just give me a rough number.
I would say 20%.
You want to know what the answer is?
Yeah.
0.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because if you listen
I
to my
mean, if I
earlier,
had to guess, it would be because men are physically stronger than women, as I
not
already
just
stated.
that,
Yeah.
not just that, it's because
It would make
men,
more sense for a man to like build things.
not just that, because men start out with the logical and not the emotional. Does that mean women are
Mhm.
useless? No, but men are functional. We work together. How many times do you see men play sports with people they don't like and still win championships? That's the same type of fortitude and resolve that men had since goddamn God made us.
Right. That's great.
So, in other words, men lead because men are going to do things that women are not programmed to do in their head. Women are programmed to protect children. Men are programmed to protect everyone.
Your sound is a little
Hold on, everybody
like
mute
there's
up.
a buzzing. There's like a buzzing sound.
I
Oh
got
yeah,
it.
I think that was Mel. But
So, in other words, have you
okay.
ever been in a physical fight in your life
Yes, I have.
with multiple people?
No, I've never been jumped.
I have. And guess what
Okay.
happened?
Okay. What
Guess what
happened?
happened?
What happened? Oh, you want
That.
me to really take a guess?
That.
Okay.
Basically, that. I had to
Really,
put
it
knee deep in
happened
the ass.
just how it happens in the movies. That's how it happened.
Pretty much. Knee deep in the ass.
I mean,
Do you know
okay,
that?
I think we've already established that men are stronger than women, but you keep
It's not
trying to
just
like
about
prove it
it's not just
over and
about strength.
over, which I
It's
already
not just
conceded
about
to. I
strength.
don't think there's much of an
It's
argument
not
there for me to make, or even for you to make at this point. It's generally
it's not
understood
even
and
just about
accepted.
strength. Number one, did I just tell you it's not even just about strength? Men are more ruthless in the environment. Men are gonna
Okay,
do things women are not gonna want to do.
I'll take your word
That's
for
why
it if you
no,
said
no,
that
no. You don't
several
take my word for it.
civilizations
Let me ask you something.
have
Let me
been
ask
built
you something.
on. I'm not
Let
saying
me
you're
ask you
wrong.
something.
I'm just saying I've
No,
never
no,
looked
no.
it up, so I'll just take
We're
your
not
word
gonna
for it.
look. You're not gonna overtalk me, man.
My bad. Go ahead.
Number one, what's the percentage of construction workers, male and female?
I would say 80% are men. Your point is understood. That's what I just think
No, 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 no.
you're
In other
belaboring
words,
it. It's
men
understood.
figure out men. It's actually 98% men.
Right. Okay, I was off, but I would assume it's
Who has
higher. I
music in the
do
back? Do you
understand.
have music in the background?
Oh, okay. Let me mute.
No, no, no. We're talking. Turn the music or whatever sound you have in the background or go into another room. See, this is the reason why men conquer the environment because we were ordained by whatever God you serve to protect everything and to build. That's just the way our brains work. Just like women brains are more of the spirits of the unknown. They nurture, they care. That doesn't mean you're useless. It's just that guess what? When it comes to logical, men think in legacy, women think in nest. How can we tell? Look at the black community now. If you wanted some kick-ass sons out there, you would actually invest in your sons to become the kick-ass men you need to pull your community forward.
Okay.
What, you don't believe it?
I think that mm, no, it's not. It's not that I don't believe it.
Then why is there a but? Everything that I said is chronological and historical fact.
Right. I didn't say anything. I said okay. So yeah.
What's up, Jay Sean? Wife of King Wage. What's up? Mace Taggart. What's up, China White? Rael. See, this is the problem that we have in today in the black society. And we said this a long time ago, especially with Jay Sean, Cerulean, and myself. We need to go back to that 2/3 policy. 2/3 of black men and women are not going to fucking make it. We need to, you know what? We might have to do some Vilgemite shit. Okay, we're gonna have to separate ourselves from the people who just ain't making it. Because I'm getting tired of a lot of black men getting blamed for shit that is not even their fault, which are just stereotypes.
I mean, what do you think black men are responsible for, though?
Guess what? Do you think black men are the leaders of the community?
You're not answering my question. I've
I'm
answered all
answering your
your
question. Do you think
What's the
black men are the
question?
leaders of the community?
That's not fair.
That is very fair. Life ain't fair, sweetheart.
Right, but I've
But
answered
no,
all
no,
your
no, princess. Life ain't fair. If,
please don't call me
if
a
you cannot,
princess. My name is Apple
because
Girl.
you're doing princess stuff right now. Number one, the name on the channel is mine. The more you think you got the answers, the more I kick over the table and come up with better questions. Remember that. Are
Still
black
haven't
men?
answered the question.
I'm going to answer your question because I'm going to pick your brain to see where it is. Do you think black men are the leaders of the damn community? Yes or no?
I think no, just because most of us are single parenthood families.
So, in other words, if you're saying we're not the leaders of the community, how the hell can you hold a person responsible if they're not the leader? You hold the leader in charge, correct? You hold them accountable, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
So, in other words, if you're saying black women lead the community, then guess what? Black women ought to be brought up on charges. Black women ought to be in front of a fucking military tribunal to say, hey, you fucked up. You should be relieved of command.
What, if anything, do you think the men are responsible for?
How can you make the men responsible if you just said they're not in charge of the community? It's either you do three things: lead, follow, or get the fuck out the way.
Right,
What
and
should black men do? And what should black men do, young lady?
that's understood. Like that's understood, but
no, what
so
should
you
black
think
men be responsible for?
So
See, number one, if you just established with me walking down this path very
right, you
quickly,
don't have to
that black
reiterate
men.
it.
So guess what? If black men are not the leaders, how can you hold the subordinates responsible?
So you think it's all on the leader's fault. You don't think the subordinates play a part.
Have you ever do you have any relatives in the military?
No, I don't.
Let me take you back down memory lane about almost a decade and a
So
half
just
ago.
the yes or no.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
think
no, no,
it's
no,
like,
no, 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 no. This is listening time. You're gonna listen. Number one, if you would have took two Army guys like Jay Sean and myself, and I'm the commanding officer, and I order Jay Sean to go put some papers in somewhere, and he fails to do it, that's not really just a failure on Jay Sean. That's ultimately a failure on me as command. See, when you want to be in charge, when you take power, you got to provide. When you want the acknowledgement, you got to take accountability. Okay? When you want respect, you got to be responsible first. See,
okay, understood. So you don't
so
think
in
they're
other words,
responsible for
what can you
anything?
blame? There are no bad subordinates, only what? Apple?
Right. So you don't think they're responsible for
No, no,
anything?
no.
I just
Finish
need a
the
straight
statement. Finish the
answer.
statement. There are no bad subordinates, only bad what?
So you don't
You
think
ready
they're
to say it with me
responsible for
now?
anything?
There are no
You're not.
bad
You're not.
subordinates, only what? Bad leaders. Say it. Because that commander is in charge, and ultimately they're responsible for the lives and the safety of anybody under their command, correct?
Okay.
Yes or no? We're not gonna do okay. Hello?
Yes, okay.
We're not doing okay because okay is like very disrespectful.
Yes.
So now, how can you blame the subordinates when the people leading are taking them down a dangerous path? So what should happen to the leaders of the community? Should they be removed
I
from
wasn't
command?
I wasn't quote unquote blaming the subordinates. I was asking you what you thought, but from everything you said, even though it wasn't a straight yes or no, I understand your answer. So yeah.
So what is my answer, young lady?
Your answer to are the men responsible for anything is no. They're not because they are not the leader.
So now that we established that, what should happen to the commanders who failed the mission of bringing the society forward? Should they be removed?
When you say remove, what do you mean by remove?
Should they be taken out of command and replaced with a new command?
I think if you can find someone to do a better job, then yes.
So
Or
should should black women get the hell out of the way and let black men lead?
I think that would make sense. I think it's generally understood that men are the leaders. I don't that's something that's generally understood. I don't
You do
think you
know
have an
a lot of my
impression, like
feminine.
I think you have an
You do.
impression that I have a position that I don't even have,
In
and
other words,
that's probably why
you
you're
do
being
know.
kind of like
Hold on
aggressive.
for a second, Apple. Hold on. You do know that a lot of my beautiful feminine women in my chat are saying yes, black men should lead. Do you agree with me, ladies? So, in other words, you remove the command and you put somebody competent in their place. Because guess what? If it was truly black men who ran the community, guess what I would say? It's black men's fault without any objection. Because you're really lucky that we're in the Western world and we're not somewhere in the Far East or the Middle East. Because disrespecting your men will have a high penalty, just like disrespecting your women in the Far East and the Middle East will carry a high penalty. Because we're not going to do this today. We're not going to do this because you're a very intelligent lady, right? We're not going to do that.
Yeah, I'd like
What
to
is
think I'm intelligent. I think you think I came up here like I think you have a different impression.
No, I don't have a different impression because one, this is a male space where I graciously invite females, regardless if they agree with me or not. and have open dialogue. Have I disrespected you at any moment?
Well, you keep cutting me off. That's kind of disrespectful. So
I have
yes.
not disrespected you yet.
Do you
I've
consider
been
cutting someone off to be disrespectful?
when you're about to say something that's not true, or we're trying to get to the bottom of something. Yes, we're going to speed you up. This is dialogue. People are going to cut each other off. That's not when we're having dialogue. People are going to cut each other off sometimes. Now,
I
when
mean,
you
I
overtalk,
disagree. That is disrespectful.
when you overtalk somebody, or you try to tell them lies, that's
You
disrespectful.
overtalked me.
I didn't overtalk you. I just led you down the breadcrumbs. Now, do you have any children?
No, I don't have any kids.
Do you have nieces and nephews?
Yes, I do.
So,
They're far though. They're far away.
how if you were watching your niece and nephews for like the month, right? They visiting you. They get in some type of trouble. Who's ultimately responsible for them?
Right. And you see, I said I understood, and I even said that
This is
I agree, but you're trying to re-explain the same
not
concepts to me again that I said
not because
I
sometimes
understood.
because there's
I'm not
times
slow.
I'm gonna explain this, Apple, because there's sometimes you seem like you didn't get it at first. So in other words,
Yes,
right?
at first, but I understand very well what you're saying.
So in other words, right? Because I have no hatred. I have a disdain for stupidity and ignorance. Hell, I don't even have a disdain for ignorance because people just don't know, and I go out of my way to explain to them. But this is what I really get at. If black women truly believe that black men should be in the lead, what do you believe that black women should do?
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. What do you think they should do?
I'm going to see if you agree with me. Do you think black women should be supportive? Do you think they should be submissive, cooperative, fit, joyous, humorous, be that man's relaxation, be that man's comfort?
How about getting a smile?
Smile for that black man?
I mean, if you're referring to men and women who are, in relationships, then I'd say that's a pretty fair request, Mel.
But I'm going to ask you this
No,
question.
he wasn't talking about
Hold
relationships.
No,
on,
I
Mel.
heard you say smile, and
But
I
guess
would say
what?
that's a
Should
fair request
black
for
women?
people who are in relationships.
So if a black
I don't
woman
think
and a
it's a
black
fair
man greet
request.
each other,
Sorry.
so if a black man and a black woman greet each other in the street, no harm, no foul, is it wrong for her to smile?
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying that's not necessarily a fair request because he's a stranger. Do you get what I'm
But
saying?
let
Like
me
if you're in a relationship, it's a little different.
but let me ask you this question: should that same stranger, if you have a flat tire, should they come? Would you like if they come assist you?
Changing a tire is not that hard.
Would you like them to come assist you?
No, I wouldn't.
So you wouldn't want any black man to come assist you when it comes
Yes,
to
that's
changing
what
a
I
flat
said.
tire, or when someone's attacking you, you wouldn't want that same stranger to come to your aid.
Yes, I would like that. But of course, that's up to
So,
them.
so remember this, right? I want you to remember this because you got to get all that feminism shit out your head.
I'm
You
not a
got to,
feminist.
because guess what? I'm gonna tell you. Guess what? Were you raised in schools in the last 10 years in America?
Yeah.
Then you have feminist ideology. It's
Okay.
written all over. It's written all over the school pages and books. Where you taught that men and women were equals. in school?
No, no one really taught me that in school.
That's what they teach. They
Okay.
teach that men and women could be the same and do the same and all this stuff. So yes, you have been
Okay.
exposed to feminist ideology. Now, y'all would expect men to still protect you, but you don't expect it's fair to smile and be nice to black men.
Well, I don't expect it. You said, would I like it? Yeah, of course. And that doesn't necessarily mean jumping in and risking your life. You can just call the cops. You don't have to put yourself
So,
in
so,
danger.
so, do you know the
I
cops have to
think
get there first while you're in the? So let me ask you something.
expecting a stranger to protect me, that's kind of that's not a fair request. Just as
That is a fair.
expecting a
That is a
random
fair request.
woman, expecting a random woman to smile at you,
You know,
it's
you
not
know
a
it's
fair
funny.
request in my
You know it's
opinion.
funny. You know it's funny though. When I was out with my mother and my son, you know how many women smiled at me? Black women,
That's fine.
multiple. Just being nice and cordial. Hi, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Smiling. But at the same time, as a woman, not just a black woman, but as a woman, it should be expected for men to protect you. And that's part of the feminist ideology I speak of.
Right, but I still recognize it's their choice whether they jump in or not. I don't have that expectation of random men to protect me. I don't have that expectation. That's where I'm at. I mean, we just have different opinions, and
So,
that's
so
fine.
in other words, right? You made the statement about calling the police, right? Right?
About
You made
what?
the statement. You made the. Do you know what I do for a living?
No.
I'm a police officer, so I'm glad you walked into this. The police has to get called, meaning you don't get in touch with our dispatcher. You get in touch with the 911 dispatcher. Okay? You got to
Okay.
go and wait for 911 dispatch to determine what's going on and send it to the dispatcher, and then the police get it. And depending on where that police officer is, you know, respectfully to your location, it's going to take time compared to that random stranger who's close to you and is right there in live action. Which would you prefer? To wait while you're in danger or to
As
come
I
back?
already said, yes, I would like for a random stranger to jump in and defend or protect me if someone's going to attack me, but I recognize it's not that random person's responsibility, nor do I expect it. I just said that. It's
So
not
in
an expectation, just as I think it should not be an expectation for men to expect
it
random women to
should
smile
be.
at them, because you don't have to. Random women don't have to smile at random men. It's their
It
choice.
should be
It's
an
not an
expectation.
obligation. I disagree. It's not an obligation.
As a man, number one, are you a man?
No.
You do know men actually have actually have this thing about them that are very protective of women. It's like we almost can't help it. If we see a woman in danger or in distress,
Okay.
we come to their aid. And this is the part when I talk about feminist ideology. They said you should never rely on a man. Yes, you should.
It's not, I don't, whatever. If that aligns with feminist ideology, then so be it. But I think I'm being realistic. I'm not going to expect a random man to jump in and risk his life. I'm not going to expect that. I would like for him to call the police, but he may not even do that. That's just the reality of that's
So,
just reality. You know,
so,
expecting a random woman to smile at you, it's a little entitled, and I don't feel entitled to random men's protection, just as you shouldn't be entitled to random women's smile.
You know, Sandra said, I think I was born in the wrong time listening to this. And it's basic things that brothers are asking for that many of these females raise Cain and push back on. What the hell, sisters? We have to do better. Facts, Sandra. Look,
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you.
Like,
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, little sister. All right, young lady. If I had a daughter, she's gonna be feminine. She's gonna be able to take care of herself, yes. But she's gonna always. But guess what? Just like I would teach men, there's nothing wrong with protecting a woman. But what women are doing is putting themselves in situations almost where you say these things like I don't expect a man, but if you see a man nearby and he walk past you, you're gonna be one of these. I don't want you to be one of these chicks on YouTube. The men wouldn't protect me.
No, I'm not gonna be one of these chicks on YouTube because I understand the reality.
So can I ask you this
We'll
question?
never.
Can I ask you this question? Has a
Mhm.
random stranger ever helped you out of just the kindness of their heart and generosity?
Yes, people hold the door open for me sometimes.
No, I mean when you were in distress. We're not talking about courtesy. We're talking about help you.
I mean, yeah, people help me carry things. Yeah. Is that courtesy too? I don't know.
I'll allow it, but do you realize that men, in some form or fashion, have it to protect women?
Yes.
And don't forget to get my likes up, people. Like, share. If you want to donate, here's the Cash App. Thank you for those who did donate. Always my faithful ones. I don't know if I said who donated. You know, shout out to Zachariah. Shout out to Rockden. Woo! I'm going to put it to you this way. I pray and I pray again that you can look for random black men to protect you. And it doesn't take anything tragic for you to be in or anything close to being tragic.
While I would appreciate it if a random black man like jumped in to defend or protect me, I think that I'm pretty good at protecting myself at this point. And the reason why I say that is because I've avoided, you know, at the most extreme end, I've avoided death. And I guess at a lower extreme end, I've avoided being severely injured. So I think I'm pretty good at protecting myself.
How did you avoid death?
Well, for starters, I don't put myself in bad situations, and that's kind of how I've been able to protect myself.
I don't think a lot of people put themselves in bad situations but still end up in them.
I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm just saying that's how I protect. That's how I protect me. So it's been working thus far.
Okay, we have a question from the chat. Are you a master of some mystical martial art?
No, I'm not a fighter. I don't know how to fight in the arts.
Do you carry a 357 Magnum or any type of firearm?
No, I don't have any type of weapon. I just avoid bad situations, as I already said.
I'm going to read this question. What does your ideal man look like? And how do you plan to go about getting and keeping his interest?
I mean, I'm single and I plan on remaining single, so that question is not applicable to me.
Well, that's applicable. What is your ideal man? Are you attracted to men?
Yeah, I'm heterosexual, but I'm single and I plan on remaining single, so the question is not applicable because I'm not
Is he white? Is he black?
I'm not going about getting a man, nor am I trying to keep a man's interest. So that person is not even
Well, we know
applicable
you're
to me.
single, but can you answer the question, please? What would your ideal man look like, and what would he be, and what would you do to get him and keep him?
Hypothetically, muscular, a good job.
Skin tone,
I guess I would just be supportive to keep him hypothetically to answer the question.
skin tone.
It doesn't really matter.
Do you date white guys?
No, I'm not dating at all. I'm single.
Oh, did you ever date white guys?
Yes, one time.
Do you predominantly date black men?
Yes, of course. But I'm not dating. Like I said, I'm single, and I'm okay with being single.
So if you had to pick which complexion, what would you pick?
Hypothetically, it would make more sense for me to pick black people because black people are who picks me most. So that would make the most sense. So, yeah.
When you say he has a good job, how much would you like him to make?
I think like 75. I think that's good. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, like 75 and up. I think that's good.
What qualities would you use to support a man?
It's not something I really think of because, like I said, I'm single and I'm happily single, and
No. We got to do this again.
Aqua, I can comprehend the question. It's just I don't think it's applicable.
It's applicable
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Because it's hypothetical, right? You know how to do a job application, right? Right?
Yeah, I do.
So, in other words, what talents and skills and what qualities do you have to support a man?
I guess just try to help him in whatever way I can. Like it's not something I've thought about, so I don't really have an answer.
In other words,
this Wonder Woman, this Wonder Woman, fighting the air thing. It's quite condescending, but okay.
No. What is she doing?
She's fighting the air.
No, she's deflecting bullets. You're deflecting. That's why I have it up.
Well, I recognize that it may appear as deflection.
In other words, if I asked you, what do you currently work right now, right?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a nurse.
Oh, so you're a nurse. Describe to me what nurses do on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I work in a nursing home, and I just see after patients.
Describe to me what you do.
I check their wounds, see if it needs to be wrapped, give them medication at the appropriate time. I report to the registered nurse, and that's pretty much it. I mean,
so in other words, right? You can describe to me what you're doing on the. You want to describe to me what you're doing at your job. Describe to me what you would do for your man, hypothetically, just like you hypothetically stated what your ideal man would be. Because we have a nurse in the chat, Shonda. Well, I'm pretty sure it could describe what she does on a day-to-day basis. And I'm going to say this, CEO, if you don't like the way I run my chats or I ask people when I interview them or question them, you can leave. If you don't like it, why are you here? Now, what type of qualities would Apple girl have
I guess the smartest answer would be the type of qualities that men like in women. That would make the most sense. Which are some of the things you stated, I guess, supportive and submissive.
No, no, I want you to use
And
your words, not mine. Tell me what you would explain, what you would do.
well, it would make the most sense, as I just stated, for me to be the way that he would like. So supportive, like nurturing, I guess men like that. And I guess do your wifely duty. So you could imagine what I mean.
Let me ask you, fellas and ladies, if you're in the chat right now and you're in the medical profession, give me a woo in the chat. If you're in the medical profession, and please explain what you do and what's your profession. Because I want you to ask me the same question, Apple Girl.
Like in reverse, what would you do, like to keep a woman?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, so okay. So what would you do to keep a woman interested and to get a woman?
One, I would keep my body up and keep it in the best shape I possibly can. Two, I would actually be able to converse with her. I'll be a conversationalist. Three, sometimes I will cook for her. Four, rub her down. Five, protect and provide for her. Six,
Yeah,
fix things around the house. Seven, take a lot of stress off of her. Eight, come to her rescue when her tire's out or when the car breaks down. Come to her rescue when there's some strange person bothering her. I can keep going if you like.
No, that's fine. I think that never mind. Okay, that's fine.
So you see how I just went through that?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, I'm gonna put this up. Number one, nobody cares if you give us an opinion, but if you don't like the way I run it, you don't have to be here. I'm gonna drop the link for you, Shonda. Whew, Shonda barely comes up here. We really try to get Shonda up here. Let me see. Black Swan. Hey, just Black Swan. Hey, Black Swan. Hey, long time no see. How you doing, love? We got my man Bruce Almighty in the medical. Of course, Shonda H. You know.
I see a couple of nurses too.
So in other words, if you can tell me what you do for a living, just like I can tell you in great detail, you should be able to say that, regardless if you're single or not, especially if it's hypothetical.
Right. But I think what you're missing is I said I want to be single, so it's not something I give much thought to because it's not important. That's why I guess it may seem like I don't really have answers or I have to sort of pull it out. It's not something I give much thought to.
In other
That's what I'm
words,
trying to
do
explain to you.
you notice how patient I've been with you?
Yeah, for the most part. I appreciate it.
I haven't disrespected you. I haven't called you some bitch, motherfucker, liar. No. You whore, you know what you're doing. No. I understand that you may not have a lot of experience dating or being in relationships, and I'm just going to take it as that. But at the same time, I'm glad you're honest, but you got to be candid. Remember that, because people will actually respect you being candid more so than, hey, I'm going to deflect here, deflect there. You get what I'm saying? Even if you,
I think I understand what you're saying, but I have to disagree a little bit. I'm not being deflective. As I said, it's not something I care enough about to think about, and that's why I can't just pull out straight answers. And I think that's the third time I've said the same thing.
in other words, if If I don't care about something, but you ask me what would I do in a situation, I can articulate it well enough to get my point across. Especially if we're going to hypotheticals, correct? And how you doing, Shonda? We got the lovely Shonda up here. Hey, Shonda, you there?
Good evening.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, love?
All right, can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, Officer Charles, panel, everybody in the chat. I just was listening in the clouds and was trying not to come up here, but I'm very disturbed by what I'm hearing. And I don't want this to be perceived as an attack, so I'll let Charles go and I'll speak when deemed necessary.
You got the floor, Miss Lady. You got the floor.
At Apple World, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Listening to some of the views that you expressed as a Black female really disturbs me, particularly in the state of the Black community that we're in now. What I've heard over the last, and not in time it I should have, at least 15 minutes, is a lot of deflecting, disingenuousness. And when I heard you say you were a medical professional, I couldn't sit back because I have to question that. And I don't like questioning people's credentials. Regardless, however, you feel mutual respect should be given. I don't, and this is just my personal opinion, if people can disagree, I don't think it's asking too much for us to be courteous to smile at someone, whether we know them or not. Just like it doesn't take much to speak. We're mammals. We're human beings. We're not animals. So you don't have to know someone to acknowledge that they're on this earth. And just listening to some of the views, and you may not know, I don't know you personally, so I hope it doesn't come off as an attack, but I totally see now what a lot of men in this space have been expressing, and it pisses me off. I'll just put it out there as a female because I don't operate from that stance, but I get thrown in that bunch with women that think like that. So my question as a middle-aged single Black woman is, do you see any issues or problems with the way that you operate, particularly towards Black men?
I don't. Let me ask Shango. Do you feel like I've been disrespectful to you during when we were talking?
I don't think you were disrespectful, but I do think you were being deflective.
Right, and I think, and I think that right there's an example. I'm not, a disrespectful person, and I don't treat Black men like disrespectfully, and I think that's an example right there. I wanted to ask you, what do you think I'm deflecting about?
Was that question directed towards me? Or?
Yeah, Shonda.
So pretty much every question he's asked you, you deflected. And they weren't hard questions. He asked you your thoughts, and it was a long pause before you answered the question. There was no straight answer. That's a deflection.
Can you be more specific? My thoughts on what exactly?
So when he asked you what your ideal man was, I'll just put that one out there because that was a question I raised. Even if your response, when you did provide a response, was that you're single. That's not what he asked you. He asked you what your ideal man was. And you deflected on that question, just like numerous other questions that he's asked you.
Okay, I agree. If he asked me that and I responded with "I'm single," then I could see that is a deflection. Okay, but okay, I could see that.
What about the yeah, okay answer also?
Can I ask you What else did I deflect on?
From what I heard, the majority of the questions that you were asked, at least 90+% of them, I heard deflection.
You know, I don't. Though I admit that question, if I answered it that way immediately, that is a bit deflective. I don't think I've been deflected our entire conversation. I feel a little misunderstood, but I'm just gonna take your word for it. I'll watch the playback and I'll see if that's something that happens over and over. But I guess I'd have to watch it back to see it.
And Charles, could I say one thing, if I may?
Yes, you may, because
Just one thing to consider, Apple Girl, since you did say you were in the medical profession and you're a nurse. Just a suggestion going forward, you don't have to take this, but I would strongly recommend that going forward, particularly in the professional environment, you may not do that there, that when someone asks you a question that you be prepared to answer. And it's okay that if you don't know, there's nothing wrong with saying you don't know, but deflecting, particularly in nursing, doesn't work.
Okay, I'm just gonna take your advice, and like I said, I'll watch the playback. Like, I've never been told that I deflect, so I'm just gonna have to watch it and see it for myself. Obviously, if you see it and Shango sees it, then maybe there's some truth to it. So I don't have anything to say about it.
In other words, have you ever been around brutally honest people?
Yeah, of course, yes. I'm around.
In other words, I've noticed this with a lot of women. Not all, but too damn many. Probably almost all. Shit. A lot of men go easy on you because it's that protection thing, or it's because they like you and they don't want you to stray away. When women find that one guy who's not kissing their ass and just telling them the truth, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, they get deflected.
Right.
If you could look on BGS's panels, you could look on Kevin Samuel's panels. Hell, you could even look at a couple of times when I spoke to 3 women in one.
I have to ask. You're saying I'm being deflected because you're telling me the truth. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know why you're being deflected. It may be because of that. And guess what? It may be because you could be deflected because this might be your first time on my panel. You could be deflected maybe because that's your personality. I don't know. The craziest thing about it, I want you to ask me the questions. What do I do for a living? Describe your living. Go ahead, ask me. Hello?
Sorry, say it again.
I want you to ask me, what do I do for a living, and describe what you do for a living.
Okay, what's the point of this?
Because I'm not sure.
See, that's the deflection right there. That's trying to help you, and you gave an answer like that.
No, see, I disagree. That's not deflection. I want to know why y'all.
That's not about what you don't agree. We're telling you what it is. That's the
I can tell you what the issue is. The issue is it's a whole lot of tiptoeing shit going around instead of just saying what it is. See,
I don't think I'm tiptoeing around by asking like why, like, what's the point? Why are you asking me that? I don't think that's
sometimes you know what? Sometimes it's best not to even say that. Just answer it. That's it.
And this is the thing. It's a simple ass question. Motherfucker ask you that e-commerce, running Facebook, and it's simple as that.
It's crazy because, right, I find myself in these teaching moments, but it's like the same thing when you asked about who should be responsible, who's responsible. Oh, hopefully you're doing okay. Who's responsible for the Black community? If you're going to say Black men are in charge, then Black men should be held responsible, correct? But since we established
we agreed on that. I'm just asking, why are you asking?
In other words, I'm showing what you did compared to what did I do. I'm giving you a counterpoint.
Hey, here goes something right here. Here goes something right
Because
here.
this is what hold on, because this is what you're doing. You're doing something that I know a lot of young black women do. Instead of answering the question, you got to question every damn thing instead of learning. If
That's
you
not true.
question your phone,
No. That's not true. I've answered.
you just did it right now.
I've actually answered.
You did it right now.
I've actually answered your questions. I'm just asking.
It took me
Let
taking
it
you around the
speak.
mulberry bush 3 times for you
Let
to
it
give me a
speak.
semblance of an answer. It should not take
Are you
that long.
aware? I can say the same thing because there are a couple times where I asked you questions you didn't directly answer either.
Oh, you know why? Number one, I'm gonna give.
But
Hold on. I'm gonna give you something, right? Because number one, I had to figure out who do you think leads the community before I could give you an answer. Because if I would have normally said, "Well, black women lead the community," when you said, "Should black men play a part? Are black men the leaders of the community? Should they be blamed?" If black men so if you establish with me that we both agree that black women are in charge of the community, then how the hell can we blame black men? So I had to find out information first. But yet, when I asked you about what was your ideal man and what attributes you would have to support him, it was like deflecting. But if I ask you what you did for a living, well, hold on. Are you listening to comprehend or reply? Because number one, when I tried to tell you, hey, describe what you do for a living, and you still gave me a pretty vague description.
And I have a question, Charles, when you get a moment.
Oh, go ahead.
So, Apple Girl, if I may, because this is how I'm receiving it. Sometimes you got to meet people where they at. Since
I'm
you are,
sorry to interrupt you, Shonda. I actually had something that I wanted to say or
okay.
ask rather.
Good girl. Good girl. Stand up.
Hold on. Apple Girl, let Shonda speak, then you can speak after her, okay?
Wow.
She can ask a question. I know what I want to ask. It's okay.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Apple Girl.
I was asking you, why were you asking me to ask you what you do for a living? Like,
Oh my God, Mr. Charles, can I listen?
Was that question towards me, or was that towards?
No, not you, Shonda. I was talking to Shango.
Okay.
Because that's what I had initially asked.
His name is Charles. Charles Apple. His name is Charles.
It sort of got
The
it sort of
reason
got
why I
derailed.
asked you to ask me what I do for a living is because I'm going to give you the details of what I do for a living. Unlike what you've done was give me vague, because I'm pretty damn sure if you were filling out an application to get a job similar to yours, you would be mighty damn descriptive, correct?
Okay, so you asked me that
Yes
to show
or no?
me how to
Yes or no?
answer the question in a specific
So
way.
in other words, what I've learned with you already, you have to be one of them people who have to be shown the example.
Okay, I mean that's fine if that's what you
Because just
get.
conversing with you, load up. You're listening to reply and not comprehend once again. You have to be shown the example and not just take what's being said out of the conversation. Please make sure my likes are up, people. Because you know what?
Yo.
Okay, I mean I understand, and that's what I was asking, but it seemed like it just went so many other places rather than just a direct answer.
In other words, the questioning would have been a tenth less. A tenth of the questioning and the statements needed today would have went a lot smoother if you would have just came out and stated it openly instead of deflecting.
It seems like y'all just wanted to agree with
Okay, I
everything
mean
y'all
that's
saying.
understood. That's understood. Like I said, I'm going to rewatch the playback. I'm going to look at it. I'm not
Man, we are talking in circles.
ignoring. Hold on.
Hold on for a second.
Hold
Apple,
on.
who said something about it?
That,
Seems like
that,
someone.
that
I
was me,
still
Mr.
had a
Charles.
question.
It's just like this is the thing, especially with my generation.
I'm the
It's
one who
bad like
said it.
this.
I'll say it
It's
again when
like
I get a chance to speak.
Hold on. We gotta go. Hold on, JoJo. We're gonna go to Shonda, then you.
I got you, Mr. Charles.
So, thank you, Apple Girl, for asking that question because it actually set up the question that I had perfectly. So I'm glad this little interaction occurred. My question for you, if I may, is since you work in the nursing profession, and if a patient were to ask you, why am I taking this medication? Or you stated, as far as your job description, you work with wounds. What does my wound look like? What would your response be without deflecting?
I would just tell them it looked okay. It's getting better.
So with that stated, you can answer that question for it, correct?
Yes.
What's the issue with answering some of the questions that you've been asked tonight? Straightforward.
Right. Like I said, me deflecting questions, this is news to me. So like I said, I will watch the playback. I
You haven't
did
been
tell
deflecting.
Shango really quick. I did tell Shango that this is not what I want in a man, how I want. It's not something that I've put much thought into. And I'm trying to explain that's probably the reason it appears as deflection. I do admit that that specific question you brought up, and you said I responded in that way, that was deflection. I agree. But I'm saying I think it's because it's not something I've put thought into. It's just not. So I think that's why it seems that way.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for answering my question. My only thing, just as a female, is we have to be very careful how we state things and what we put out. Because I've said this before, we can't expect certain things from men without putting ourselves in position to be able to receive that. So you're single now, whether you want a man or not, that's whatever you choose to do, short term, long term wise. But I don't, and this is just my personal opinion, nothing against you. I don't see how any man would want to be attracted to someone who can't even acknowledge his presence with a smile or speak. That's not directed at you directly, that's just in general. Because that's a basic, courteous thing to do. I'm going to mute up and listen from the clouds.
That's true. And thank you again.
Thank you for sharing your opinion with me, Shonda. I appreciate it. And oh, she left. Oh, she's listening. But yeah, I'll work on the deflective thing. I guess like I said, I've never been told that before. So I'll watch it and I'll see.
So let me hop in real quick. Let me hop in real quick.
Salute, Charles.
What's up, man?
So this is the thing, because this is my generation, like Generation Z, and y'all see it's like pulling teeth out of gum. It's just like, because I mean with me it ain't the case with my girl, but it's just like I can tell like why dudes my age is just giving up on it, because it's just like it's a nonstop, constant, like goddamn me power struggle, even with simple ass questions. But watch this. I'm finna ask you just a couple quick shot questions. You get straight to the point on. Now, we didn't already establish that it's a matriarchy in the black community, right? So let me ask you this. Why is it that girls complain about dudes ain't doing shit, ain't doing this, ain't doing that, but then turn right back around and go for the worst possible dude and then have kids with that same dude? Then turn around and say he ain't shit. Why is that a thing in our community? This the old gear.
Well, I think it's a thing because if I had to explain it, I think because they don't have fathers in the home, so they make those mistakes in choosing the wrong person.
So this is my next question. How come you've never heard the term a girl accidentally bumped into a good dude? Like the first couple dudes she talked to, why are they always bad? How come you never heard, oh damn, yeah, this the first second dude I bumped into, he a good dude. I care about him, this, that. See, now watch this. Do you think girls want to have fun until they about 29, 30 and then find a good dude? Opposed to as where they say, "Oh, I'm 19, 20, I want a good dude," but then you go through all these niggas. Then, oh, I gotta heal. So do you think girls need to just start coming out and saying they want to have fun till they 30 and then settle down with a weak ass dude?
Yeah, I think women should be honest with their intentions. Now, whether their intentions are they want to have fun till they're 30 or not, I don't know, but they should definitely be honest with their intentions. Yeah, that makes sense.
And let me ask this: do you think can you honestly say that more girls want to get married than dudes that want to get married? Do you honestly believe that, or do you think the dudes want to get married more than women?
On a large scale, I do think women want to get married more than men. I do
Now let
think
me.
that.
Okay, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Hey Mel, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, I'm gonna be away from the chat. I'm gonna let Mel take over the hosting duties for me till I come back.
Okay.
Please, everybody, give regardless if you agree, disagree, give Mel your respect like you would give any other host. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that, Mel.
All right, no problem, no problem. All right, go ahead, Jodo.
Oh, but so now you just said the majority of the women want marriage, but do their behavior reflect that though? Does it honestly reflect that?
Ask it again. Sorry.
You just said majority of women want marriage more than the men do, but
Mhm.
does their behavior honestly reflect it?
I would have to say some of them do and some of them don't. I think there's
I say the majority though, the majority. Because if
I
you ask
think
me, I think the majority just want to be hoes.
majority. I would have to say I think majority of their
You can be honest.
behaviors don't, and I'm gonna say don't because I feel like they're not willing to do. Because men say they want a lot of things. I think majority of women are not willing to do all that. I just don't think so.
But that's another thing. Men only want a couple of things out of gifts. Y'all the ones who make it overly complicated. Like all a dude want is to be able to come home and have peace. Goddamn, a girl that please him, cook for him, do all that type of stuff. That's goddamn be 3-4 things. See
Right, and
what
I'm
y'all.
saying most women don't want to. I don't think most women want to do that. So
So
yeah.
with that being said, why do y'all whine and bitch and complain about what dudes not doing for y'all? You got to give
Um,
some to get some, right?
Because that's
I
women,
think
they
women,
emotions.
if
That's what
women
they
are
do.
whining, crying, and complaining for what dudes should do for them, with without thinking they have to like reciprocate in the type of ways that dudes like, I think that might be a little bit of entitlement, and that's pretty much all I have to say about it. As for me, I'm not whining, crying, and complaining about anything. Like I'm good. So
But don't you get okay? Let me ask you this then. How long have you been without a dude? Be honest.
what do you mean by without a dude?
Like when was the last time you was in a relationship?
I've been single all my life.
So now this is the thing, because I say the same thing about dudes too. When you, I have seen this myself. Like 'cause I've been with my girls since like goddamn me since my junior senior year of high
Okay.
school. But it's just like
Mhm.
some I've seen, and this ain't no shot at you or nothing. But like because this on the men and the women's side. When somebody like been by themselves for so long, it just kind of develop like this default mindset to where they just think, oh, the other sex automatically ain't shit, or goddamn me, they just ain't shit.
No,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
never once
I ain't saying
said
I
that.
ain't saying I ain't saying you saying that, but I'm saying that's kind of how I see it. Like even with my friends, shit like that. Like some of my homeboys, is one of them. Goddamn nigga just got a negative perception of how motherfuckers is. Just because he ain't been around people like that.
I
And
mean,
when it's like that, uh huh.
I think if you have a negative perception of the like other gender, I think that would have to be due to like your experiences. I'm just guessing. I think that would have to be due to your experiences, but um I mean, yeah.
But
But so
I got a
let me
question.
ask. Oh my bad, Mel. My bad.
Oh, I have a question, girl. What is your actual experience with dudes that you dated?
I would say it went okay.
What's okay? Like,
I mean, it was regular. Like we went out. We did what, you know, stuff young people do, like go out to see a movie.
So the very short term.
Yeah, nothing like long term. Yeah.
There was no high attraction before y'all even went out first doing the courtship.
Yeah, I was attracted to them. Some of them. Yeah. Yeah.
And it was just casual dating. That's it.
Pretty much, Mel. You know, did you misunderstand what I said about the smiling thing? Because you brought it up while I was talking to Shingo.
No, I'm not talking about the small thing right now.
Okay, that's fine.
But from that, you came to short term casual dating, and from your perception, all of a sudden you decide not to be single because you didn't want to put no work into making things work.
Yeah, you could say that. I just feel like it's a lot of it's work. It's not all like, you know, it's not always easy. Even though it was casual, it did seem like a lot of work at times. And like I think JoJo said, sometimes being single, when you've been single for a long time, you get comfortable in it.
But
so
this I mean,
Shingo, can you explain to me, like, can you explain the condescending pictures? Can you explain it? Like, why are you putting those up?
Well, I'm going to explain to that because this is one I knew you were going to do this, right? Could you read what Shonda said?
Oh, we need a buzzer when people consistently deflect on questions.
That was actually an inside joke. That was an inside joke between Shonda and myself. It was not directed at you, was it?
I didn't say that it was.
No. Was it directed at you? So if it was condescending,
right? As you just explained, it was an inside joke. I was asking, why are you putting them up?
Because it was a joke between.
Right, and you explained that, and that's okay. That's it then.
So in other words, if you were engaging in the conversation and paying attention to such, you wouldn't have worried about what I did, right?
I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. I'm literally talking and staring at my screen, so I see when things pop up. I see when the screen changes. So just because I saw it does not mean I wasn't engaged in the conversation.
Let me ask you another question.
It's right there in my face.
Let me ask you this question. The type of person that I am, do you think that I would bullshit you if I really wanted to insult you? Or would I hide behind something?
Respectfully, I don't know you. I just
let me put it to you this way. Have I been pretty damn direct with you this whole time?
I have, for the most part, yes. Okay, for the most part.
So I'm the kind of guy who wouldn't rob a bank wearing a mask. I'm the kind of motherfucker who wouldn't wear a mask because I want to let you know who did it.
I mean, that's kind of stupid.
I'm Lex Luthor. I don't wear, like Lex Luthor says, I don't want to wear a mask because whoever did you win, I want you to know the motherfucker who did it. I'm that direct. Let me ask a question to everybody in the panel, in the chat. Am I the type of person to hide from? Am I the person to do sidebar or direct type of conversation?
You a straight shooter. You a straight shooter.
Straight direct.
Straight
he's
straight
direct.
So in other words,
no, Mel. It's not mode one. This is straight up double leg. No, this is straight double leg in your face.
Yeah, that's what mode one is. Straight direct. Mode one, straight direct.
Can I say something?
I'm gonna tell you.
Just getting sick of that.
Can I say something? Straight shooter, sharp shooter, baby. That's okay.
Right.
Hey, look. Straight shooter, sharp shooter. I'm like this. If I wanted to insult somebody, I am direct as fuck. Okay? I got in trouble with my lieutenants because I'm so direct as fuck. Actually, I insulted them so damn direct that I didn't get in trouble.
So,
hey,
you know what?
When I posted the comment, I want you to listen. Then you can finish your conversation to whoever you were speaking with. When Shonda said we need a buzzer, Shonda wasn't directing that at you either, was she? No, she was
I
not.
don't
She
know.
was
I can't say either way. I don't know.
Hold up. It doesn't even need a reply. She was directing the statement towards me, and jokingly I said, hey, we already got the buzzer. And that's why if you see the response, she laughed in the comment. That's the problem with too many people. Not staying focused on their game plan, allowing every little thing to irritate them.
May I respond?
No, you may go back to your conversation.
What's the
Why
talking
can't I
over up there?
respond?
Because there's no
Hey, you
need
know what?
when everything has been explained.
Black
I know.
women
I
need to
just.
be put in the cross.
You know what,
No.
Charles, bro?
You're gonna stop with
I
that
don't.
Generation Z. We
I don't have
gotta
a.
say something. In other words, if I already explained what I've done, which I've been gracious enough to do, because if you notice, when you go to any other goddamn person panel, such as BGS or Kevin Savage, they will wow your life out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but
Okay.
I'm
In other
trying to
words,
say.
they'll laugh at me too.
I'm overly explaining because if I go,
I'm not asking you to explain anything else. I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to
put it
say
to you this way. What I said was,
why
listen,
is what
Apple
I'm saying
girl,
being censored?
Apple girl, what you can do, because I got to get ready to meet Dr. Dunbar at the Cigar Lounge and talk about some business, and anybody in the DMV want to show up, pull up.
Oh, you
Just
smoke
get
cigars?
ready.
That's
So yes, we smoke cigars, we drink liquor, and we do what?
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Talk.
I don't drink liquor. It's bad for your health.
We're doing man stuff.
You
Yes,
said
man shit.
Exactly.
Oh,
man
wait a minute.
shit.
Hey, look, you know
Destroying your
what,
liver.
Charles?
Hold up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up for a second. Say that again.
I said man stuff destroying your liver.
What? How old are you again?
Hell no.
25.
25. How old were you in 2003?
Probably 13.
A minor. I don't.
He was
No.
7
How
years
old?
old in
Exactly.
2003. He was 7 years old. He was a kid.
So,
Thank you, guys.
so let me explain something to you, right? If I could go overseas for 18 months from December of 2003 to March of 2005 and do some shit for this country. And by the way, I already went to get a
My
sonogram.
comment wasn't even directed to you. It was directed to whoever said man to.
This is listening time, young lady. Please do not interrupt me. If I could go over there and do shit for this country, and I could, in 10 years in the goddamn these United States Army, and fucking 14 years with the Baltimore Police Department, and by the way, just a few fucking days ago, I got a sonogram and a fucking of my fucking kidneys and liver. And they said you got the fucking liver and kidneys of a goddamn 20-year-old. I can do what I want in my leisure goddamn time. You know why? Because I'm not just a man. I'm not just a grown man, but I'm a grown ass man. Okay?
The
And you
Black
don't
Superman.
count what a goddamn grown ass man does in his leisure goddamn time when he's taking care of his fucking community, taking care of his country, taking care of his city, and most importantly of all, raising his goddamn child.
Hey, Charles, they need a TV show about you, Charles. They need a TV show.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Charles is the alpha male of all alpha males, man.
You're talking to a real life goddamn
Gotti.
superhero.
Gotti, you're interrupting. Let him finish.
Because number one, you talking to a goddamn superhero. I'm the Superman with a job to do. And notice I said it that way. Because number one, I'll be damned to have anybody question me what my grown ass time to do. Because I'm pretty damn sure not every goddamn thing you do in your life is kosher. So, if ye, without fucking sin, throw that goddamn stone, either that, shut the hell up when grown men are talking, and especially smoking and sipping. Thank you. And you may now continue with your conversation to
That's the
whomever.
black Superman right there, man.
Yeah.
See,
Isaiah Bradley, baby.
He from Philly. He from Philly. Yeah.
See,
Exactly.
this is the thing.
Exactly, Kareem. Isaiah Bradley speaks. Black Captain America, baby.
And
That's why I fuck with Charles.
I like to
Yo,
see
Charles.
something. I
What he's
don't
doing?
think
He's bringing back the men's club.
Hey man.
He bringing back that 1970s alpha male shit.
Exactly.
Hey yo, can everyone get in? Can a newcomer come in?
And before I jump in
you
the
ain't no
goddamn
newcomer, man.
shower,
You
I
the
got one
old
more
school,
thing to
baby.
say. Hold on,
Yeah,
fellas. I got one more thing to say before I jump in this goddamn shower. I've been raising young men to be fucking kings for 20 plus years as a volunteer coach. 20 plus years with no fucking money coming out of my pocket. None. I've invested time, money, sweat, and blood in young men. So much so, when they were getting chased by goddamn gang members, they didn't call their parents, they called me. And I'm telling you some real shit I never divulged on anybody's channel. So I be goddamn, motherfucking goddamn, if I'm ever questioned to what the fuck I need to do as a man.
Charles?
Because number one, if I sacrifice my life, I get to enjoy it. See, this is the fucking reason why they need mandatory military service. Because somebody who respects service of others would never say some illegitimate shit, some ill-gotten shit. You think I don't take care of
Bring
my
the draft of both
health?
sexes then. Bring the draft of both sexes. I can tell you. Where I'm from, they don't fuck around with that. We all go. 18 to 40.
See, this
a
is
year
the
and a
fucking
half.
part. And I'm glad you said that, Namer, because it's goddamn time that the women start pulling their goddamn weight in the community. You want
Shit,
the
where I'm
black
at, you know, they started doing that shit. Where I'm at right now, they started doing that shit about a couple years ago. They made it mandatory for the women as well.
May I say something?
No.
No.
Because
No,
what
you may
did
not.
what you did was this. Is say some disrespectful shit.
That's some mocking shit right there, yo.
No,
Because
I got this.
I have this in a man's space. And right now, I'm being very cavalier and nice about it. Okay? And I'm going to teach you a very valuable lesson, young lady. Don't ever stick your nose in grown man's business who's already put in work for their community. Are we clear?
Yes. May I say something now?
No, you may continue your conversation with whoever you were speaking with. Mel,
is the thing.
you have the floor. Mel?
Oh no, name when you can talk.
Mel and Namer, you both have the floor. Make sure everybody's orderly. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna keep this in order. All right.
Can I
Mel?
say something before you ask
No,
me a
you may not, young lady. Young lady, you shall not talk right now. You shall wait for a moment. You shall wait. Can somebody mute her up for me, please? Mel?
Yeah.
Mel? Brother?
Yeah. You hear me?
I'm sorry to say, I know how you feel about this cat, but tonight, fuck ARC tonight, because this is Black Phillip rules tonight. Because what we got here is some Black Phillip shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Actually, no, I don't.
You never checked it? You never checked out Black Phillip?
Nah, no.
You never listened to the radio? You never listened to the radio? You never heard of Patrice O'Neal?
Patrice O'Neal, yes.
Yeah, Black Phillip was his radio show, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what we have here with this young lady is basically some shit that like many of the female co-hosts would do. Some snide, condescending shit. And the way she's got Charles and the way she said that thing about the liver thing, that was meant to just to get a reaction.
Mic check.
Yeah. I don't agree with that.
Now you come. You understand where I'm coming with this.
Hold
you
up.
understand where I'm coming from.
Exactly.
Hello.
CEO, we was talking.
I established that. I just got to make sure I'm heard. I got to get on here as soon as possible, man, because this shit's ridiculous.
All right, come on in.
Let me know when I can speak.
Yeah, well, okay. Just I'll let you know. Just let me see if I'm just trying to get Mel to hear what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
This little crap you shit about being watch your livers and shit, that's some self-righteous condescending shit. My question is, does this individual
Definitely,
does
man.
this
I wasn't
does this
disagree
individual
with that,
I know,
man. Word. I feel the same way you doing and Charles doing. Yeah.
I know, but you guys reacted to it because that's what they do. She did not want to answer the question because all this is what she's doing here is all she wants is attention.
Oh, we know
So
that.
negative or positive, it's all attention to them. You love them, you hate them, it's all passion to them at the end of the day because it all comes from the same place. The only way to do this is to be ice cold, indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be an asshole about this. We got to be a fucking
remember
dick
when Mr.
about this
Research
shit.
always teaches his brothers? No, Mr. Research on his channel? Or he always teaches his brothers? The wolf attitude. Because I'm starting to implement that back in my life now. The wolf attitude. Sometimes you got to learn to ignore and walk away.
Or you could be like, or you could, if you remember UFC 229. UFC 229. Habib versus Connor. Connor said all this crap to him. What did Habib do? He shut it out. He shut it out, took him down, and mauled him for 4 rounds. Made him tap. We're gonna, you know what? I'm glad my people have blood ties and cultural ties with Armenians because you know they don't fuck around with this type of shit. You say something to them, they're gonna end that shit right. They're gonna end that shit right then and there. Business shit, you know.
Hey, let me say something real quick.
All right, Zach, you want to come on in? Come on in, Zach. Come on in. Back, take a seat. Let me offer you some honey wine. You know. Come on in. Come on in, Zach.
Hey, we got to speak in
You wanna
order
say
or something to what's going on.
Yeah, come on in. You're in now. We have the order. Come on in.
This CEO.
Oh, CEO, where are you at?
Below you.
I don't see Z. I don't see Zia. What do you?
Oh,
you change
he
your name
under
and
you.
shit?
He under you, bro. He under you. CEO. He under you.
CEO and DNP.
Can y'all hear?
Shout out the CEO.
Do y'all hear the voice?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yo, CEO, man, where you been, man? It's been a minute since I heard from your ass.
Man, I've been listening to this shit and cringing, bro, because this shit's been ridiculous. And all due respect to the brothers, but the way y'all did the little young girl, I ain't even trying to come in on the captain because girls, they got it coming. But man, y'all behave real immature with that, man. She was really mature for a little young girl. First of all, you got to question.
Actually, no, she wasn't.
She was, man. I'm not
she
gonna
wasn't.
I'm not
No,
gonna
she
argue
wasn't.
because we got difference of opinions.
That's all. Let him speak, Mel. Let him get
I
his.
ain't gonna
Let him get it off.
because we got difference of opinions on that, but you got to look at the context. The girl was young, okay? Now y'all didn't bring this conversation. Y'all say y'all like to be straight shooters and straightforward. The whole conversation ain't straightforward because this is a conversation y'all should be bringing to grown-ass women, not to little girls. So the whole shit was indirect because you brought a conversation and a type of an attitude to a young girl. She said she been single her whole life. She 21 years old.
So CEO.
26.
Hold up.
She's not a little girl. She's a grown adult.
Hold up.
Over 21 years old.
Man, if you listen to that
hold
girl,
up.
So stop babying her like that.
Hold up.
That's the problem.
Number one.
Mel, back up. Mel, back up. Back up.
I keep telling motherfuckers, stop fucking being the bodyguards of fucking trifling fucking females.
All right, I hear what you're saying.
No, she's 25 fucking years old.
Listen,
anywhere
man,
else in the goddamn world, she'd be a wife with a mother.
Don't get so
she'd be a
upset
wife
about
with
it,
a mother.
man.
Stop trying to protect motherfuckers.
Listen, I'm not trying to protect nobody. I'm trying to
That's
give
what you're doing,
You're
CEO.
gonna listen to me. You're gonna listen to me, and you're gonna listen clearly. No goddamn way. I'm gonna feel sorry for somebody 25.
I'm not
At
asking for you to
17
feel
years
sorry
old,
for the
I
girl.
was in the goddamn army. So stop that bullshit of protecting people when they doing some condescending shit.
Listen, right here, right
stop
now.
It. No, stop.
Come on, man.
Stop, because you're gonna listen.
This shit is
Did
immature
I
as
not
fuck,
go
man.
through patiently like a teacher to explain to her what she did right, wrong, or indifferent or disrespectful?
You didn't. That's not what you did.
So that's
Yes, she did.
When I
Man, I've
first
been on
came
the
up
show,
there,
man.
I explained to her what she was doing was deflecting. When she asked me who was the lead, should the men be held responsible? Who's the leader of the community? When she said black women, then how the fuck do you hold black men responsible?
Because black men should be responsible.
Because how the fuck could you? We're not going off of shoulds, coulds, and woulds.
Well, let's not do that then. Black men are responsible. Period.
We're going off of
No,
what
we're
it is.
not. That's the fucking problem right now, man.
Hold up.
Man, look,
Hold
man.
up.
Captain White Knights like your dumbass and shit like that.
Hold on.
Jumping the
Hold
cruise,
on.
baby.
Mel.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
Mel, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
Mel,
hold
back
on.
up, back up.
Exactly.
Mute up,
Because
mute up,
I'm
Mel.
mute
Mute
all
up.
that
Mute up,
bullshit.
brother. Mute up.
God damn it, what? Because number one, we're gonna stop this bullshit. Because I've been hearing this shit all fucking day. And my apologies to Dr. Dunbar. Because I knew you were gonna be on that bullshit because I'm reading your goddamn comments.
I ain't even got a
This
chance
is
to
the
express
fucking
what I'm
reason
trying
why I
to
made
say.
this
Y'all so
goddamn
emotionally
live stream.
responsive.
This is the reason why I made this goddamn live stream. Because I
Charles
treated
been
her
taking
with
heads
the
all
utmost
day today.
respect, even when she was coming
Y'all
at
niggas
me
been
with
jumping on a little
condescending
girl. Nigga,
bullshit
it's
of a
embarrassing.
fucking little girl.
Pause a second.
Yo,
Charles,
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 you
let me
been
get him.
cutting
Let me get
heads
him.
off all
And
day,
then,
Charles.
hold on. Then on top of that, Shonda, who didn't have to come up here, came up here like the womanly woman that she is, tried to school her.
And joined in the shit. Joined in the
Yo,
bullshit.
Mel, mute
No,
up for a
she
minute.
A
schooled her
mature
and
woman's
corrected her.
perspective.
She
She
didn't
joined in
humiliate her.
on some niggas acting crazy and
No,
joined in and
she
did the
didn't
dumb shit with
humiliate
y'all.
her because guess what you're doing? You're doing the same fucking shit with this shit is titled. Stop being the fucking bodyguard.
Who's bodyguard? I'm
You,
talking. Listen to what I'm
you,
saying. Listen
a
to what I'm
25-year-old
saying.
You, Kevin
woman is
Costner,
not a
you. He's
So
talking
motherfucking
about you,
30-year-old
Kevin
girl.
Costner. Stop being a
I can prove.
bodyguard. God damn it.
Listen for a moment.
Stop
I
it.
can
No,
prove my
no,
point by what's
no,
going
no,
on
no,
right now.
no. When I
What you
asked her if she wanted to come up and have something to say, she didn't have to click that damn button.
man, none of us
A grown
had
ass
to
woman
click the
chose to click
button,
that
just
bro.
button.
like
You talking about, oh, we jumping on little girls. That's a grown goddamn ass woman.
Man,
Quit
you don't
you would have
caping,
you
stopped
nigga.
that
y'all niggas
bullshit.
didn't even let me finish my comment. You're too responsive. You're too emotional. Let a nigga finish
Dude,
talking.
you
Even
got
right
30
now,
seconds
we
to
can
leave my
take the
shit.
woman out of the whole conversation. What you're doing right now is the same immature ass bullshit you did when she was on live. You guys
Get
want
off
to
No,
say
my
this is
shit.
just a
anything?
Right
no
now,
caping
you
zone,
being
and you got on that cape
emotional.
Get
real
off
long
You're not
my
even
past
being
your
shit.
fucking
logic.
ankles,
Hey,
goddamn
look,
caper.
You don't want to
Number
come
Stop
up to like
right
caping.
a
You a
hey,
now,
grown
hey,
goddamn
hey.
ass
everybody
man.
one, I'm
jump
gonna
Let
tell
in.
you
her
what you're
hold her
doing.
own
I'm
Everybody
goddamn
gonna
want to
tell you
jump
titties,
what your
in
Exactly.
motherfucker.
condescending
unapologetic,
ass
Shit,
but
is
she
don't
got a
nobody
bra.
want to take a
She know how to
moment to
wear it.
listen.
She don't need
Hold
your
up,
help.
Stop all
yo,
that.
God
Hold on.
damn it.
Yo, you
yo,
simping, my nigga.
Hold on.
You
hold
simping,
up,
my
Because
nigga.
I'm
hold
gonna tell you
on.
what your
Man,
condescending
can't
ass has
nobody
done.
tell me what I'm doing. I'm above
Motherfuckers like
everybody in
you,
the room.
motherfuckers
Niggas
like
can't
you,
You
tell me what
wrong.
I'm
all
Grown
doing.
women
men
want to
can't
take
tell
You're
other
advantage
grown
of.
men
simping.
what
That's
they
what
doing.
you're
And you
doing.
simping, motherfucker.
Mel.
See, that's the
Goddamn.
Hold on,
21st
everybody
century women.
mute
Yeah,
up.
Women
yeah.
won't do what the
Mute up,
fuck we doing to
please.
you. We will chastise
Everybody
your
mute
ass
up.
when you in the wrong.
Simping,
And you in the
simping.
wrong.
Let
God
me
damn
tell
it.
you something about
Number
simping.
Yo,
Let me
one,
tell
yo.
you
I'm gonna
niggas
tell
something about simping.
no, but
This
I'm
is
gonna
a
tell you
group
something
of
about
men
you.
who are
You can
sitting
go
here
to your own
taking out
damn
their
channel.
frustrations on young 25-year-old girls. That's simping to the max. You
No
niggas is
fucking,
weak as
no
fuck,
fucking
nigga.
25-year-old woman is not a girl. Stop your
That is
fucking
a little
Hey,
simple
girl,
bullshit.
nobody
nigga.
being weak.
Just
That's a
like
little
She
much as
old
you
girl.
enough
want
to
to
know
simp,
better.
you ain't
She
getting
old
That's
no
a
enough to
little
pussy
know
off
better,
girl.
of it. So
CEO.
stop that
She
shit,
old
nigga.
enough to know.
Stop it.
Hey,
She's
look,
old enough
man.
to be somebody's wife and a goddamn mother.
That's
So
a little
stop that
girl, nigga.
bullshit.
That's a
It's not
fact. She a
about
grown
her
Stop
ass
that
woman,
age.
dog.
bullshit.
It's
She a
not
grown
about
ass
Stop
her
woman,
that
dog.
age.
bullshit.
You have to listen
Don't
to her
save her.
conversation.
She don't want
You
to
have
be
to
Don't
listen
save
to
saved.
her.
her
She don't
talk.
want to be
Wanna
saved.
be
Don't
saved.
save her. She don't want
She
to
don't
be
wanna be
saved. Don't
saved.
save her.
This is what I'm talking
Don't
about.
save
Look
her.
how young you
Don't
niggas
save her.
act. Look how young you
Because number
niggas
one,
sound.
you know what motherfuckers like you do all the time? You insult women by calling them at 25 years old a little girl. That's a
Ain't
grown
nobody
ass
insulted
woman.
Da,
no.
da, da, da,
Stop
Listen to
da,
what
calling
da,
I'm.
her
da,
a fucking
da.
little
Super
Hey,
caper.
look.
girl.
Hold
He's
up.
the
And
super
then
Be quiet
also,
for a
caper.
and
Da,
moment.
then
da, da,
she
Be
da,
ass
da,
quiet
da,
for a
outside.
da,
moment.
Go ahead
da.
and
Looking
finish your
Yo,
ass.
yo, everybody.
No.
Come on, man. Every time someone tries to talk, you say no. But
It's calling you out, dumbass. Goddamn goofy clown man, motherfucker.
Hey, yo, if you come to the man cave with that sipping bullshit, you would get escorted out the man cave.
That's
expelled. We don't tolerate caping in these spaces, man. Not zero tolerance. Zero, like Ghostbusters with the Ghostbusters sign. We ain't playing.
I gotta really get
That's just like the chick.
I gotta get really ready. Number one, this is the reason why I made this live stream in the first fucking place.
Yeah, Charles on that show earlier, man. On the other show, this girl. Oh, man.
You shit, she would have got fucking embarrassed and had the cam up. If you went to BGS like this, he'd have fucking dissected you by now. Every
And
man was.
if she was on Fresh and Fit live on that show, they would have kicked her ass out.
I refuse to have some chump fucking nigga talk about some goddamn shit when I told him we ain't saving no motherfuckers. I was like a fucking teacher and guided her to where she misstepped. But then she went fucking real left talking about what the fuck I should do on my leisure time.
She said that to get a reaction out of you, brother.
Your tampons, don't tell me what I can drink and smoke.
Charles, it's me.
Yeah.
You hear me?
I'm about to
You
go.
hear me?
I'm about to go get myself ready. Now, Raymond, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go get yourself. Just get that shit at yourself. Look. See what happens. Y'all see what happened? Y'all saw what happened. Everybody.
But Namor, it's even worse with men doing this. That's actually more worse. I respect the alpha woman. I can deal with women. When we see from your fellow man.
Wait, Mel. Wait, come on. It's me.
Yeah.
You don't need to get all hot and bothered on me, man.
I'm not bothering you, man. No, I'm not hot and bothered you, man.
I know you're frustrated. I understand everybody's frustrated. I know you're frustrated. Come on, hear me out. Come on, man. It's me. Yeah. Breathe. Come on, y'all. I need y'all to breathe. Just breathe. Just like Nas said in the song, y'all just gotta breathe. All right, don't let that stress.
Oh, I'm taking in the oxygen and I'm pushing at the carbon dioxide. But like we said earlier, this is a zero tolerance ass area for motherfucking save a whole caping ass shit. And we not gonna put up with it. We done what masculine men supposed to do. We got mercenary on that ass and we shut it down ASAP. Looky here. We not finna Monte Carlo talking points like that for a motherfucking bullshit ass bros coming through here just saying what they want to say, acting like they want to do. You got motherfuckers want to pick up the mantle, talking about I won't save her. I'm gonna save her. No, you not over here. You not.
We not gonna save these bitches.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Stop saving these hoes.
Nah, like I'm starting to hear dating coaches speaking like that.
That's not what I'm saying, man.
It's even more worse. Like,
whoa. See, this is what I'm trying to get at. She knew what she was doing. This is some toxic ass shit she was bringing up in here. And look what it is. It's all affecting everybody. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. I've seen shit like this before. I've been around toxic ass motherfuckers, and it pains me to see everybody not having the foresight or the tools needs to be aware that some people will say shit like that just to get a reaction out of y'all like that.
Understood, you correct, but you know it's Saturday night, and you know what? When red meat gets thrown into the Coliseum, shit happens.
Come out at night.
And it's still lockdown. It's still on the lockdowns, man. They ain't fully opened up yet. Man. Summertime.
I love y'all, man. Y'all crazy. You know that? Y'all crazy. I love y'all, but still. I love I'm my brother's keeper, but you know what?
But this is a prelude to let them know if they listening and watching. Look, don't come over here doing that, because look at here, we'll tear your head off. We don't give a fuck.
This was Black Phillip right here. This is some Black Phillip shit.
It's just like the females that call Kevin Samuels, and they should know what they expect. Most of them watch the show. You should know how to come and call out of the show.
Daddy. They looking for daddy when they call.
No, they want that masculine energy.
Put it this way. They want to have. They looking to be like Betty Ross to the Hulk. That Betty Ross could calm Hulk down because he's the most masculine one in there. That ain't gonna work. That Hulk gonna continue his rage, and you can't calm him down. You can't be Betty Ross to certain dudes. Sometimes you gotta let dudes express their rage and let them calm down on their own. And that's the problem with a lot of females these days, man. Like, yo, you want the benefits of an alpha, but you want to still tame him. You can't tame him.
They don't understand. Yo, Mel, they don't understand. Grown men don't have time and the patience for stupid shit. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of us.
I'm glad she's gone.
Yeah, we got to get them out of here when they talk stupid. Because we grown men. We don't got time for stupidity. We want to hear some facts and some solutions.
And Shonda,
25,
God bless the queen right there, Shonda. She said herself, it's women like that kind of make women like me so bad. And she feels sorry for us men like that. And so we got women like her that's speaking up on our behalf and want to see things grow.
What do you mean by so bait?
Huh?
So what do you mean by so bait? I don't follow.
No, bad. I said bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's she said, like she was saying herself, like women like her, like making women like me with a bad image like that because, like, yo, like we know not like that, and that's a true fact. Like, damn, we gotta call out some of these females now. Like, come on, like, shit. Some females want to see us grow families, relationship. But damn, like it's even more. It's even just like she said. She's 25 years old, have a mind of a
Y'all better
40-year-old.
quit setting these
That's
black
even more sad
concubines.
right there.
Y'all better quit
No,
setting these
ain't
black
nothing sad about
concubines.
that. Ain't
But
nothing
yet she wants
sad
the
about
benefits
that.
of relationship, right? She wants the protection and the being taken care of and all that stuff. But she don't want to do her part.
She came in here just to stir up some shit. That's what she was
came
doing.
in here hot. That's what she
I
was.
already knew what she
That's
was
what
saying.
concubines do, man. That's what concubines do. They ain't got no life. They just want to get laid and disturb the fucking universe if they ain't.
Her damn views is based on what she sees of other people's toxicity and all that stuff. Yeah, what are you doing your part? So now you want to put your work in, like, come on. Yeah.
Let me give you a reference. When I was talking when I was taking Black Phillip and shit,
yeah,
Priest O'Neal.
Yeah.
Okay, remember there were two women on the show in particular. I remember, Kareth Foster and Yamini Cassandras.
Mm-hmm.
How they were thinking in that show. Both of them, or like Chris Rock said it best. Chris Rock said it best about why when women argue, they do it for two things: distance and irritation. How far can I push this motherfucker till I get him riled up or at least snap or some shit like that? Y'all hear me?
Exactly.
Yeah, see?
You know
it's a turn on to him. It's a form of arousal. Listen to what he's saying.
It's so funny because me and Charles was on Hammer's show earlier with that damn coconut goofy girl chick.
Hey, whoa. West Indian shit? Was she West Indian, you mean?
Nah, there was some black skin. Her name was Coconut, whatever. Yeah, like if you watch
talking about that cotton candy chick.
I don't know her name. This look like Coconut. To me, she's a goofy girl, clown woman, and everything.
She had that girl coaching in the background.
Classify them for what they are. They black concubines, man. None of that. Y'all keep going to calling me all these special label names, man. If they was concubines for the Dutch, they concubines now, man. Come on.
I didn't even curse her out, but she tried to overtalk me and everything. I'm like, yo, this is how my men scream at you the way you are because you're talking over them. Just like I'm trying to do with Kevin Sandwich and stuff. Like huh?
Have you been? No, AL. Have you been overseas?
Yeah, I want to travel overseas so badly.
Have you ever been overseas, AL? Uncle AL, you hear me?
Oh, yeah. AL's on mute. Oh.
Yeah, he's muted himself up. Yeah, give him a minute.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
here. No, I wouldn't dare.
Brothers got to start going overseas, though, man.
Whoa. Let me tell you something. I am overseas, but then again, I'm not ADOS. But that's another discussion for another time. Understand?
I'm ADOS myself. Yeah, like
I'm not ADOS myself.
Yeah,
I'm not ADOS. I'm not.
I don't like that term. Period. I don't like that term. Like, yo, I want to.
What is it not to like? If you is what you is, if you're a descendant of a slave, you are what you are.
But we beyond descendants of slaves also. That's how I feel about it. Like we gotta think beyond that.
You can't run from who you are, man. It's your lineage.
I'm not running from who I am, but I'm not going to stop at. I'm not just
by you discrediting you being a descendant of a slave by you saying you don't acknowledge.
I don't want to stop. That's the problem. I'm not stopping. Oh, let me explain this. I don't want to stop as I'm a descendant of a slave, but we have to remember our slaves came from another country also too. So why we gotta stop at slaves?
Of course. We're not disputing that, my brother. But if you know your lineage just started on this part of the rock and how it did.
It's slavery, yes.
Got it.
But I'm not going to stop right there. That's what I'm saying. I don't like that term, though. We got to think beyond the slavery term. Because that technically was bringing us down even more that way.
Got it. You right.
Okay. Did you just heard what you said? You said you don't like. You use it. You using got not to see type words. We're about logic, reason, and ration over here, man.
Exactly.
You got to pick your etymology better.
I don't like thinking myself as descendant of a slave like that. I'm thinking myself beyond that. Before
Just fall
that,
back on this one.
we
Fall
are
back.
descendants of
Hey,
kings and
no,
Guy,
queens.
please fall back.
Remember
I'm
that.
muted, bro.
We're
Yeah, I
descendants
know.
of
I
Just
know.
take
I'm
it.
a
Just take it. I
descendant,
got this.
and I know I'm
I
a
got my.
descendant of
I
it. But
got
I
my man.
also know
You're a
where
descendant of royalty, brother. You know what I'm saying? Don't
where
get
my
stopped at
lineage
slavery.
lies,
That's what I'm
and it
saying.
lies over
Beloved.
here from the descendants of slaves. That's why we
But
are
remember,
ABS.
our slave relatives were also royalty, also too.
Mel.
Remember this.
Mel, what are you doing?
I just got quickly out the damn shower, and motherfuckers must have forgot that I'm Mr. Smoke my cigar,
Drink my liquor.
Sound like you just took a monkey bath, fool. Sound like you just took a monkey bath, man. Yeah, he said I quickly jumped out the shower. That sound like a monkey bath to me, man.
Yeah, but wait, Charles, you good?
Ayo, that should be a sound effect. You saying that monkey bear.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, but that cotton shit.
I'm just wondering where the level of masculinity and disrespect has been so low that you would have disrespect a man in his panel, in his clubhouse, in his cigar house.
The audacity, the nerve of that heifer.
One person who's a 25-year-old woman who's talking about
a 25-year-old woman, mind you. Like he said, one more time, 25-year-old woman, not no little girl.
40-year-old.
Who you talking about? Cotton? Who you talking about?
Nah,
where Apple
girl.
girl.
Well, yeah, we gonna get to
And I'm
the
like,
cotton girl.
hold up.
Hold up.
Number one, how the fuck am I gonna let a grown-ass man disrespect women who are 25 years old? Because in any country, you're probably a mother and a wife.
True.
And then you want to try to say, y'all can't get up with this woman. No.
I can vouch for that, actually.
You would do. And see, this is the problem. Exactly why this fucking live stream is up.
Yo, Charles, I gotta salute you
because
for
of
this
all
live
this
stream.
bodyguard and shit are protecting people who need to be spoken to like some goddamn adults.
That's a fact. Hey, Charles, I want to say this because I want to salute you on this live because I feel like a lot of black male content creators that's in the space is giving these females a lot of leeway to say disrespectful things just because they want pussy power points.
Exactly.
They want them pussy power points. And they want to have sex with these women, and they want to be they want these women to keep donating to them, and they want these women to keep coming in their room. Fuck pissing them off. If you want to piss them off,
They never gonna take pussy off the negotiating table at the end of the day, gentlemen. This is something that you have to realize about some of these lame, moist ass men. They don't have the intestinal fortitude to take pussy off the bargaining chip table.
I even have to give credit to Apple Girl, and we should give her a round of applause for not being a loud, obnoxious chick.
You had another
she was respectful. I'm not gonna lie.
Charles was
Truth.
She actually was very cordial for the most fact. It's just that last part she had to get checked on.
Hold on a second.
Two other chicks you was arguing with today, Charles. She ain't like the one that was on platinum panel and Hannah Platinum.
That's why I had to give her credit for that. But now, like I had to school her. Notice when we had Shonda, a lovely woman who's 40, still in good shape. You can check the picture yourself. School her like an old den mother or like an older sister, and said, "Sis, let me break this down to you." She did not overstep her boundaries. Why do you think I constantly have more and more female subscribers over here? Because females, like any person who's an adult, want to be treated with dignity and some goddamn respect. When you protect.
And by the way, Shonda, you need to start an army. You need to start an army of females and start letting these bras know, man. Y'all need to start straightening up y'all community too, man. We can't do it alone. We need more women like them, Shonda.
Moms doing the strip club. They got to straighten them out like that.
This is the part that I speak on. When you stop protecting and incentivizing their bad behavior, the good women will shine through. Because what's happening on these goddamn panels that you see me on all today, debunking them and taking his off like the Santa Claus. You've seen the obnoxious, loud, disrespectful shit that came out of their mouth.
And mocking too.
You know what I'm trying to do for you, Apple? You have all the right to be single for the rest of your life. But what we will not do is become a bitter woman. Because you're going to come to this space frequent as much as you want. You're going to be treated with respect as long as you're respectful. That goes for any man or woman. But
Charles?
what we will not do is defend bullshit.
Call out people.
Charles, if I may, Charles,
and be disrespectful.
Charles,
Go ahead,
okay,
man.
truth, baby boy, hold on, little brother, come on, sit down for a minute. Just hear me. Let me say what I gotta say. I hear what you're saying, dude, but sometimes you just gotta understand that she's a grown-ass woman. She's responsible for her own actions, and we should leave her be. If she wants to come in, let her in, or don't let her in. Because there's some people I know who are really condescending. They do that just to antagonize people. You know what I'm saying? Some people just come in here just to be antagonistic. And we have to avoid and not let them have that energy. Do not give them that energy. It's like mud, bone, bitter, that's what to say. Don't give them that energy.
All are welcome to the Pancratian. All are welcome.
Huh?
Yeah, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt they come though, Charles, because you're gonna end up tearing their asses up like fucking you did this morning with those two motherfucking bras. Cause those two bras, they really just tried to run over everybody in the panel.
Hey, yo,
really
Charles was ripping their motherfucking heads
they
off.
Was. I had to.
Charles was
I sure had. I missed it. I got off of work and we got through with the extreme the other night. I missed
I called in. I had to call in the big guns because this shit was getting ridiculous. This bitch, she said facts was ejective. I was like, fucking nigga.
Oh, you talking about the
Superman
Sean Hammer show earlier?
Yeah, where's Super? I was like, where's Superman at, man? Shit, because I can't do this motherfucking shit.
Man, I heard y'all talk. I gotta jump up in there and get up on, man. I said like, damn.
Nigga, shit, that motherfucker. We need to hear next, please. Black Superman, because these hoes, they know, because he eviscerated the first one, and then the second one, Cotton, she tried to come in and act like she was all sweet, but then she started telling niggas what the fuck was gonna be, and then she started cussing motherfuckers out, and she had a little counselor in her ear and shit. The second one, the Cotton bitch, she was talking all
you
that
sure
shit
wasn't her lawyer?
about black men.
We tried to tell
shit, it probably was.
But we tried to tell her the facts and where to go to and everything. She ain't gonna look them up and everything. And yet she tried to tell us
facts are kryptonite to a woman, man. Cut it out.
Exactly.
No. It doesn't matter to her.
They said I did.
Alternative views.
I know it doesn't matter to her, just like facts don't matter to him. You see Kevin Samuels bumping his head every night trying to get them to understand it. I love Kevin the devil, man. He can do it because I'll be tearing in their ass.
I can tell you why Kevin can do that. First of all, sorry,
man. When I was
truth.
Hold on,
sorry.
bro. I was still going. I was just gonna say
go
this.
on, little brother.
When I was arguing with these bros, bro, I told them all the stats, all this information they needed to look up. They were even posting the damn citations in the description, but they still said the shit didn't matter.
Truth, they were letting it go in one ear and out the other because it's kryptonite to them young ladies. This is what we keep trying to tell you.
Stuck in their own beliefs. It's like a religion.
Dissociative cognitive syndrome is what it's called, gentlemen.
I gotta address this. Number one, CEO, why do you come here?
This
nigga. Back up, guys. Back up.
Why do you come here? See, first of all, you coming with these Hotep amateur shit. Okay? I probably know more about than you can ever fucking dream about. Because number one, if you really want to know, a side of me that you don't want to see, go away. Go completely the fuck away. You go to whatever bullshit channel you want, open up your own fucking opinions.
And in the mortal words of Crimson Cure, knock it off, CEO. Knock it off.
Guess what? You guys gonna lead them back over here.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Sorry. I'm tired of people trying to pole pit for pussy, okay? I'm tired of people whole tapping for hoes.
Hello.
That broad would have broke you down, brother. I'm
That's a
sorry.
fact. They want
She would've-
pussy.
I'm
That's
man
all
enough
they
to
And Mel,
want.
go to, hold on.
but once you
Mel,
talk
hold on.
bullshit, I'm man enough. I ain't man, nigga. I'm more man in a
Nigga,
drop of my
shut the
blood.
fuck.
Truth, not
Get out of
gonna.
here
Thinking
with
about
that shit,
Pinky is
bro.
more manly than all your existence and time combined. Okay?
Say,
Sick of
say,
these
say,
niggas, man. These
who is one of
tap
our
ass
fellow
brothers.
brethren who do this? Who is one of our fellow do this mean?
You
He
mean
moist
she?
like a
You mean she?
motherfucker. Yeah, he moist. We need she right now.
Ayo,
Look at
You
him.
know
I
what? You
can
know
do
what?
that
I
better
got an idea,
actually.
fellas.
Let
I
me
got
do it.
an
Let me
idea,
do it. I
fellas.
got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I
Hit
got
it,
it.
hit
Give
it,
me a
hit it.
minute. Let me try it.
3, 2, 1. He nailed it, folks. He
Oh
nailed
shit! He
it.
hit it
He
with the
nailed it on the first
Maxwell.
try.
Oh shit!
I've been
Nigga would have
singing
been
my
on there
whole life,
singing and crying and
Ayo.
shit.
I've been singing since I was a baby, man. I got music
See,
in
you
my
got
in my
Want to
background.
talk
competition,
about
buddy. You
weird
got
you out. No,
competition.
No,
You know what?
no,
Hey,
no, no,
hey,
no, no,
fellas, I
no.
got
See
an
that? We
idea.
cool about this.
Charles,
We cool
I got
about
an
this.
idea. You know what? Let's bring CEO back up here. It's, let him talk and give him his verbal beatdown.
No, 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 no. I got this. Lead CEO to me.
There
Lead
you go.
CEO to me. No, lead
Oh,
CEO to me. I'll talk to him. Just let me talk to the
gut,
brother,
nigga.
okay?
Gut.
Y'all just y'all mute up. Let me talk to CEO because
Good luck.
he ain't got.
Yeah, man.
I
Yeah.
will. All right. Just let me talk to the brother. CEO,
Yeah, what's up?
are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. How you been?
Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you coming in loud and clear, brother.
All right, I'm good. I'm good. How about you?
I'm alright. Just it's been a while since we last talked. You know, last time we
Yes.
talked, we were cool and everything.
Yes.
Let me ask you something. What do you mean by this woman was a child? And everybody mute up. Don't say nothing. I got this. Leave him alone.
What I meant by this woman as a child is, first of all, point number one. I'm 39 years old. All right.
Charles, take down the sink in the middle that's blocking the screen.
Chaos, please back up. Chaos, please.
He's just talking about the link. That's it. He's just talking about the
You can do that in the private. You can type it in the private, y'all. Just mute up, and keep your talks in the private, please.
Right.
All right, CEO, come on.
So, like I was saying, I'm 39 years old. So I spoke to a lot of people. I just like in the chat, just like what the dude was just saying. You can be older and you still immature. You still young. Like anybody in the chat or anybody like on the panel who, as soon as somebody comes in and they give you an opinion that's adverse to how you feel, instead of having the competency or capability to be able to talk it out in order to establish understanding, to rash out the differences of opinion, right? You got to resort straight to name calling. That's young. That's immature. I would call that person a young man. I wouldn't care if he was 40. So when I say the young girl, when I say she was young, what I'm saying is if you really listen to her, if you listen to her responses to the questions that was asked, y'all was so offensive and butthurt that y'all wanted to keep on saying, and don't take offense to nothing I say. Hear me out like grown men supposed to do.
I'm listening.
Y'all was so offended that the girl really didn't have the answers and know how to respond to what you was saying, that y'all just wanted to keep on. Oh, she. Man, when I heard her, it sounded like she really didn't have her. Even when she talked about she was a nurse, I doubt it's even true. If you really, instead of weren't so emotional about it and really listened to her, you can tell she was young-minded at least. She was immature.
We're talking about Apple Girl here, right? It's not Shonda?
We're talking about Apple Girl, the girl who was on there. Now, just like the dumbass comments, oh, you trying to get some ass. I don't even know what the girl looked like. I'm 39 years old. I don't date no 25-year-old. That's my preference. I don't know if the girl white, black. So all that. That's what I'm talking about when I say young, basically, to make a long story short. When you listen to what somebody's saying, when you not just their age, but what somebody's saying, how they're talking, how they're responding, you can tell that she was a young girl. She was young. This wasn't no grown woman. She could not respond to the questions because she didn't have the experience or the mind to. This is what I was saying.
In other words, you mean she had a little girl thinking, or she had a little girl's perspective on things. That's what you're trying to tell us.
I say she has a little girl's perspective on things because she's had a little girl's experience on, like the girl told you. Just for instance, how many grown women do you know
CEO?
Single their whole life and haven't had no relationships?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but brother, you and I are now eye to eye on this one because that's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to explain to everybody else. Now I understand what you were trying. Now see, we're clearing up the misunderstandings right here. I hear what you're saying because I was trying to say the same thing as well.
You go on. Let me just say this: This is why I was calling in. It wasn't about her. It was about the behavior of the men on the channel. I wasn't calling in to save no woman. I was calling in to tell a bunch of brothers from man to man, y'all handle that shit like some chumps. Y'all was too emotional, just like what you're saying right now. You were trying to
It
clear
was
it up.
antagonizing.
You were trying to clear it up. I was trying to clear it up.
No, Charles, it's okay, Charles, please.
He can't. He's too triggered.
Back off right now.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm going to tell you something. First and foremost, that's a grown-ass woman who dated, probably had sex, probably went to college, probably did all kinds of shit.
Man, I got a 16-year-old daughter who's dated and had
CL, come on, CL. Hear him out.
You will stop, CO. Okay? Number one, I'm not going to treat a fucking 25-year-old woman like a 14-year-old girl.
You ain't got to. Just treat her
decent.
CEO,
That's
come on.
Bullshit.
I apologize. Let me put myself on.
That's bullshit. She came in here when I had dialogue with her. I asked her questions. She wasn't insulted. When I told her, she was deflecting. She even took upon herself as a grown woman to reconcile what the hell she was thinking. She even said, I got to look at the playback to see if I was deflecting. Even Shonda came in as an older sister to say, hey, you were deflecting. That does not work. You're in the medical field. So the problem is this. You want to insult men talking about we're a bunch of chumps. But yet, you can open up your own live stream. You have the capabilities of doing such. You can invite whoever you want over there and leave everybody the hell alone. Because how I run my chat and channel is how I run it. Regardless of who like it. Okay?
Fair enough.
Because you don't have to be here.
Let me respond to you.
No, it's not a response.
Okay.
It's not a back and forth. That's a one, only, and final. This is how I run my shit. I was very cordial to that young lady. Even called her young lady several times.
You interrupted her every time she tried to speak. That's not
No, I didn't interrupt her. I gave her enough time to speak.
It's all on the internet. Anybody can look it back.
It's on the internet, and I gave her enough time to
CEO,
speak.
back up. CEO,
Stop
back
trying
up.
to save people because y'all hoteps do this shit a lot. Instead of fucking talking, point out the fucking reality.
I'm not even talking, boss.
Because
no, I said CEO,
one,
not AL.
When you point out the flaws that people have, instead of saying, well, you know she's young. Stop making a fucking excuse. Because if she was a mother right now, nobody want to hear that excuse why you can't raise your children. If she was a wife, nobody ever said, why can't you be with your husband? So if you can't make an excuse for younger women who are married than her, then you can't make a fucking excuse for nothing else. When we were more than cordial, especially me, more than cordial.
My mother was her age when she had me.
And would have got wild the fuck out.
Can I speak?
No, you can leave.
All right. Are you kicking me off? Is that what you're saying?
No, leave.
All right, I'm out.
Usually when women say they're working on it, that means that they're doing it by themselves, not with a therapist.
Right. Oh, I need some therapy. I need some therapy. I'll be the first. I need some therapy.
All right, and then we got Charles Faulkner in here. Charles, can you hear me? Are you here?
Ooh, what's up? This is Officer Faulkner. How you doing?
I am doing well. Thank you so much for coming on the panel. This is crazy around here. What do you think about all this, Charles?
Okay. Do you really want me to the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
There you go. What do you got?
Number one, see, the problem is this. Modern women think strength and being sassy is feminine. It's not. They've forsaken feminine to come into the roles of men, and then they still complain about it. See, when a woman overcomes something, it's supposed to be the spectacular thing. When a man does it, it's just Tuesday. when you look at the education system and how black boys are tamped down, nobody ever looks at mama. Nobody ever looks at the school system. And you're an attorney, correct?
Who, me? Yeah.
Yeah. How rare is it to see another person of your skin tone in your field?
Well, I'm in Atlanta, so it's a lot of black people down here.
It's a lot, but overall, in the scheme of things, you're rare.
Yes.
And think about it. You ask the average modern black woman, how much does the average black man make? And he'll give you some weird number like $75,000. I'm like, the average American male makes about 31,000, maybe 40. And I'm like, you have no idea of what men have to go through.
Yeah.
And when she's talking about these men, hey, number one, when she talked about being with these men, no woman likes to talk about that's where you rank, that's what you pick. Where were those capable men in your town? I'm pretty sure they were checking you out, right? So we have this really big dichotomy here where it's like, they're used to this certain type of man, but you date the complete and utter opposite. Something in that narrative doesn't make sense.
I agree. I can answer that for as my. Go ahead.
Where the modern women are not looking for husbands, they're looking for partners. Especially in the black community, I'm starting to really think that a lot of these black women, not all, but too damn many, want a man that they're superior to. Because guess what? If they actually had to date and marry the type of men that they say they want, they would have to be submissive or be left alone permanently.
Yes.
So yeah, what do you say to that, Jan? Or to his comments, not just the last part. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I agree 100%. And at one point, I wasn't really out there dating, because I knew I was going to have to become a better person to attract the type of man that I want. But you have to understand that I was a small town country girl, so I only saw what I saw around me, and I didn't necessarily want to marry just the first guy that made me smile. But he worked at Walmart, and they just said boring, I just didn't want that country small town life. So I went to college, but when I graduated, I was really in delusion and lost because I was beyond the blue collar, just the uneducated guy. I'm not saying I like kind of uneducated guys. They have more masculine qualities to me. Like some of the men can kind of understand what I'm saying now. But
hold up! I got to cut you off there for a second. Mm-hmm. What are masculine qualities?
Well, for example, if I have a flat tire and I call you up and say, "Hey, I have a flat tire," I mean, I don't think they know how to change a flat tire.
Yeah, let me jump in here too. You said that you like uneducated guys because they have masculine qualities, but then the uneducated guys are not going to be the guys that are going to allow you the type of lifestyle where you don't have to work.
Actually, no, I disagree with that. At least where I'm from, because there's a lot of truck drivers, there's blue collar men, and look, all the Hispanics, a lot of their wives don't work. They just sit down and have babies.
But at the same time, we're going to use the Hispanic case. Why does a pig farmer get more respect in Colombia than a black man who's making $85,000 or $100,000 in the black community from their wife?
I can tell you because I have a cousin who married a woman from Guatemala, and I can tell you exactly why. And he didn't get any respect, and he left her he told me that, he told me that he didn't get any respect, and he left her because he told me that he she was constantly throwing in his face that she did not have to work in her country. Some of these women are coming from third world countries and didn't have to work. So she came here and she was divorced with grown kids. He was divorced. So they got together. They were middle aged and she was a nanny. She was making good money with some rich people. She was a nanny.
You misconstrued my question.
What?
Why does a dirt poor man in a third world country get more respect from his woman than we do in our
Well,
community?
I didn't think, okay, well, I was getting to the punchline, which is she didn't respect him because she had to work in America. He was a truck driver and she had to work to live the life that she wanted in America with him, but she didn't have to work in a third world country. You see what I'm saying? People in third world countries think they have to work just to eat. They live in cardboard boxes. She did not have to work in Guatemala, but she's here working with a grown ass black man in her house. And guess what? His credit was shot. She had to use her credit to go buy him a truck so he can start up a trucking business.
I'm not agreeing with that.
See, this is the crazy part because the easy answer to that is culture. You're not taught to look at black men as husbands. You're looking at them as partners or utilities. Like,
those women, not me.
Seriously. And how old are you around?
Wait a minute. Are you talking to me? Because I never look. That
like
was somebody else.
I'm just asking you. Like, how old are you?
I am 51.
51. So, have you ever been married?
I have never been married. I have no kids. I didn't see it work to be married.
You ever been proposed to?
Yes, I've had opportunities to be married.
Why did
I avoided them? Well, to be honest, I didn't. How can I put this? I grew up in the culture where very few people divorced, and my mother, who had 11 siblings, was one of the few who actually divorced, and she just hated men after that. And she never instilled in me and my older sisters. They hated men. They had baby daddies, and I just was taught to be independent. And men were no good. And you're right, it was culture. Even though I saw how successful those marriages were, but they were more based on need and survival. Like I said, the men worked.
That's what marriage was always based on for the last 250,000 years. See,
right.
The problem is this. Why did she hate men?
Well, and she really has to blame herself in a way, because they told her not to marry the man that she picked, and he was not a provider. They said that he didn't come from a great family.
So when a lot of women, when I hear this story over and over, either on my channel, BGS's, or other channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Accountability is like kryptonite when it comes to black women. And I've had to learn this from my older sister. And she said it out of her own damn mouth, which was so awe-inspiring. A woman will tell the absolute truth 2 times in her life: when she's broken or too damn old to lie anymore. And you're laughing because you know it's correct. Because number one, the best gift a mother could give her child is the best possible father. See, I cannot go off a woman's definition of masculinity because number one, you're not a man. Number two, the world's not going to look at us the same. If I go out there and change your tire, am I going to be respected, or I'm going to look at it as being a utility? Because that's what we have to define. Because number one, if we came into a survival, like a Walking Dead or some post-apocalyptic issue, think about it. When 9/11 happened, when the riots in Baltimore happened, where I'm a police officer, all that independent woman shit went out the window. Especially when it came down to survival. Women are not great at surviving on their own. Okay?
I agree.
And when women think they can equal the jobs of men, and I've spent 10 years in the military as well. We put men, like, we can make the money with men. What happens when there's no money? What happened when all your education, all your money, and everything is up for grabs. You're not looking, there's no 911. Who's going to protect you? Who's going to come out there? Is
I would
that,
prefer to be with a man now. Yes, I agree. I agree.
and I would tell a lot of young ladies who's listening to the attorneys program, don't waste your good years on knuckleheads. When you're in college and you're at your prime of your life, that's the best chance for you to pick a damn husband. Guess what? Bring that guy around your family members, the competent ones, to be vetted. Because a lot of times you're picking people because one, you like him physically, he makes you tingle that you know where, and you're not looking long term. And I'm not picking on you specifically, but this is what happens. And then we get to this whole culture, I hate men, instead of saying, I played a part into this role. My son's mother and I are not together, but guess who raises my son? Me. That is my cross to carry and my burden to bear. So I'm not making excuses and telling people, hey, well, what about these men? No. If you came from such a culture where the men worked and the men were manly men, as you called it, there is no way in hell I could give you the excuse of saying you couldn't find the same damn thing if you were bred in that environment. I just can't.
Oh, you gotta understand, it was a very, 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 very small town, and you're right. I this is what I agree with Kevin Samuels on. I think that people should marry early, fairly early, and we do wait too long, because after so long, people get set in their ways, and it is what it is. So I definitely agree with Kevin Samuels in that sense, and the degree didn't do me any good. Yeah, I make money, but it do me any good in a relationship.
But
it does not help in a relationship.
Hold on.
I'm
ahead,
happy
Mel.
to be a part of it. You set a platform. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk.
As long as
let's talk about something interesting.
Number one, who
Number
are
one,
you first of all?
My name is Superwoman. I'm Superwoman.
No. What's your actual name?
Superwoman.
Oh, Charles, can you put the screens on the chat? Yeah, can't even see who's who.
Because we got Mike Coulter with the Jerry curl, the Jerry curl
Exactly.
all over the place right now.
I like that picture. That shit is fly.
Yes,
I know.
Okay.
Miss
You're dealing
K.
with professionals. What's up?
Professionals.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Nemo, you want to go first, or should I go?
Go ahead. Go. I'm ready.
I got this.
Okay.
I got this.
Go ahead. Come.
What professional was that?
Exactly.
Oh,
what do you do for a profession?
Oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna keep that private because my
no. You can't keep it private.
But what I do
you can
I
Number one. I'm gonna mute your ass. You don't overtalk the host on anybody's show, and we will be respectful to each other, just like we will be respectful to you. Now you may speak.
Oh, thank you for allowing me to speak. And you know what? You are right. It is all about respect, because you have to respect people. But I just want to know what's going on, because
so in other words, I'm going to ask you a question.
This is my
I know this is your first time, but this is the rules of my platform.
Okay,
hold
what's
on.
The rules? But you got to allow
Number
me to
one,
make some rules too,
you got to stop talking. No, you don't have to get it. I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna check the shit out of you.
Serious?
Mel. Fall back. Fall back.
Hold on, Mel. I got it. Number one, I'm gonna check you like a goddamn application. Okay? Because I'm gonna say this. I love having females on my platform, but we're not gonna have somebody be abrasive either. Just like I didn't allow the men to be abrasive to you, you're not gonna be abrasive to me. Damn sure not me if I'm the host of this damn thing. Let me explain to you. I'm the king of these goddamn Hawaiian Islands. I'm King Kamehameha, okay? I'm motherfucking Mansa Musa in this motherfucker, okay? So we're gonna be respectful. Yes, ma'am?
Sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, number one, tone it down, please, because you're loud. Yes.
Yeah, I can be a little loud, and I love being loud.
No.
Like Maya
You gotta be
Angelou
loud
said, never
because
dim
guess
your
what?
light.
Like Charles Faulkner said, shut the hell up. Now, we're gonna be cordial. Now, what type of professional are you? Because guess what? A true professional was never gonna be a person who is ashamed of their profession.
Let me tell you something. I'm never ashamed of my profession. I've done all different kinds of professions.
What profession
I
are you in
specialize in
currently?
sales. I specialize in retention. I specialize in collections. Like Rihanna said, bitch better have my money. That was one of the best jobs I ever had in my life. And I was pretty much enjoying it, to tell you the truth. And listen, I'm going to respect you, but I'm not a weak woman. So I'm not going to have no man try to dim my voice or put me on mute when I'm talking.
Number one.
Like, I don't got nothing
Number
to
one.
say.
I'm
Like,
gonna ask you this real quick. Where are you from, Kayla?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
I can tell
New
you're from.
York.
I can tell you're from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn,
So,
all day, and I'm proud.
why does every chick
I'm
from?
proud. What's up?
I'm from New York also too, sweetheart. Boogie down Bronx. So I know your attitude.
Yes, what's
So
poppin'?
you know what I'm
What's
saying?
poppin'?
Exactly.
No, just be real. Just be real.
Nah, just be real.
We
Exactly.
gonna respect each
But
other.
still, exactly. Just like he said.
But he's not gonna be disrespecting me. I'm not gonna let no man yell at me. I'm not getting some man yell at me, yo. I'm not weak. I am strong. Ain't no me. Why are you yelling? No, you better have some motherfucking respect when you scream. No, you need to stop screaming because if you
need to be quiet when
I'm gonna mute Mel and Kayla. Look, this is bad business. Number one, we're gonna be cordial. Kayla, do not disturb the energy of this show. I'm going to say that again. Do not disturb to the energy. Because guess what? I am 100% Baltimorean. And my neighborhood where I grew up was called Fresh Off a Motherfucker's Ass. All right?
What's up? It been that way from day one. From day one, I'm always gonna be me. You be respectful, and I'm gonna be respectful. I ain't bowing down.
Are you respecting me right now?
Don't scream at me.
Stop
he was screaming at me. No,
I'm not talking to you now.
Okay,
I'm talking to you.
No, you can talk to me,
then
but
stop,
you want to talk to
please.
me with some respect.
Then stop.
I'm talking, yes.
Stop.
No, I'm not gonna stop, but I will listen.
No, you're gonna stop. Listen. You're gonna stop. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna stop. Because if you're looking for a battle, I'll bring everybody else down, and it'll just be me and you, lady.
Actually, Charles, you know what? That'd be a good idea. That'd be a good idea. I'm gonna drop down. Name Alicia drop down.
I cannot believe
everybody else mute up. Everybody else mute up.
So go ahead, goodbye. If you want to take me off the chat, then that's it. You ain't strong enough. You ain't built for this. Goodbye.
Number one, last time I checked, you can't whoop my ass.
No, I definitely can't. I'm a woman. I would never try to put my hands on you.
Out of that,
what is whooping ass have to do with us having a conversation? No, bro, I'm gonna call you. We gonna call this spade. We gonna call this spade a spade.
You don't sound feminine right now.
And listen, I don't gotta be
what
feminine.
You need to do is stop the fucking thing.
I'm gonna be me.
So first of all,
what you talking to? What the fuck
what the fuck I'm talking to is you, goddammit. You're gonna get this fucking manly ass fucking bullshit out your goddamn voice before somebody actually treats you like a goddamn man. Because I don't know what you're looking for. Obviously, you're looking for some goddamn attention because no man worth his shit and his dick would even fucking be around you longer than actually busting 3 nuts. Maybe not even 1. Okay? So what you... Huh? Charles Faulkner Jr. So number one, you're going to stop with that manly ass shit today. Because right now, you're killing my fucking platform. Well, you're not killing my platform, actually, because I got the faithfuls here listening to see how ignorant your ass is acting. Because you're going to tame that fucking Jezebel spirit. Because if I got niggas who are 6'5" and 300 pounds bowing to me, I'll be damned to have a fucking woman check me. Now that's for real.
Damn, you ain't checking me.
I'm gonna check the fuck out of you. I'm gonna check you. All that, keep speaking to yourself till you fucking figure it out. You ain't finished your goddamn exercises either, nigga. Don't go upstairs. Just tack onto it. Give it here. Goddamn, abrasive motherfuckers. Gonna try to check a motherfucker. Need to check yourself in a crazy fucking house. You're probably still yelling at yourself. When you gonna change this?
You know, it's sad, man. You know, I'm from New York, and these type of chicks that represent my city like this, and I feel embarrassed. Like,
I feel embarrassed. She don't even figure out where the mute button is. I feel embarrassed that her raw. I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed that this raw digger sounding motherfucker is on my platform. Sound like a whole nigga in 3/4. Sound like a whole, sound like a whole ninja, like turtle and a half shell sounded ass.
That's actually worse. At least Raphael, he would calm his ass down.
Raphael would look at this like, what the fuck? And that's
Exactly. He knows his
that's my
limit.
favorite Ninja Turtle, first of all.
Exactly.
Right?
Somebody need to find me a goddamn cigar right now because shit.
Shoot, I need some liquor my damn self.
I got the liquor, but guess what? I got the liquor. That's the only way the bitch like this gonna get fucked.
Shoot, I got some passion fruit. We missed that heavy liquor. Shoot, get us drunk as hell. Calm us down. Our own version of a Long Island iced tea or whatever.
I'm good. You know,
you dealing with a mastermind.
I'm dealing with a no mind. Shut up.
Man, even Harley Quinn know when to shut my mouth up with the Joker.
No, Mel.
On your
nah,
weak ass
I
platform.
can joke with these New York chicks.
I came for you on your.
You can't come for me. You can't come for me. Come for these nuts, bitch. That's what you need to come for. Come for these. Fuck you and what you say. Man, fuck you.
In the immortal words of Patrice O'Neal, cut her fucking mic off.
Fuck you or whatever you say.
Anybody remembers Black Phillip? You know, anytime the women.
You know what? I gotta apologize to one of the realest ladies out here, Shonda. Don't compare her to Rod Digger.
Yeah, you're right.
Rod Digger, she know when to fall back. She was a group of
what's up?
show.
What's up, underrated?
Oh,
What's
man.
up, man?
What's up, man?
Like I said, as a fellow New Yorker myself, I've seen that a lot. And most of these chicks, they will come up in a man's face and think they can fight him.
Yeah.
Despite she said she ain't gonna fight. No, she will try to fight a man, despite that she thinks she's not gonna get smacked back. And when she did get smacked back, she's sending attack dogs after him.
You know, thank you again for coming. Thank you again for coming back up here, Black Swan. You know, look how lovely Black Swan is compared to this Raw Digger sounding chick. And yes, she, you know, at least we figured out we can't compare her to. Yeah, we gotta respect Raw Digger. See, that's how you deal with it.
Jersey represent. You know what I'm saying? Jersey.
Oh yeah, Rod Digger from Jersey, right?
Yeah, she was Jersey.
Neighbors. Jersey and neighbors.
Brick City.
No, they pretty much our neighbors.
Exactly.
See, it's funny how you got one of these women and they get checked off the grapes. You know, I want Apple Girl, Shonda Toya, and Just Black Swan to come up here.
Exactly. We need some soft.
See, folks, this video is something you can use when they say we hate women. Like, share, subscribe, donate to your interests. Can't make this up, can we? As Kevin would always say. Hey, Charles Faulkner says it best.